Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of Geospatial World, it is my privilege to welcome you this afternoon's webinar. For those of you who are connecting with us for the first time, Geospatial World is a 2.5-decade-old Indian knowledge company with a global footprint. We advocate the adoption of geospatial technologies in every sector of human endeavor, be it agriculture, water, energy, construction, and many more, including defense. This we do through our publications, both print and digital, through market research and consultancy, and through conferences at the local, regional, national, and international level. GeoSmart India is our flagship conference that we organize annually. Unfortunately, due to the current pandemic, this could not be held last year. We plan to organize it this year towards the end in the second week of December if the situation permits. Meanwhile, we are organizing GeoSmart India Digital Series as a prelude to this conference. The theme for this afternoon's Defense and Intelligence webinar is Impact of Emerging Technologies on National Security. India faces numerous challenges to its security, both external and internal. We have an approximately 15,000 kilometer land border with as many as 7 countries. Disputed borders with unfriendly neighbors are a constant security concern. We also have approximately 7,500 kilometers of a rather porous coastline and a large exclusive economic zone averaging approximately 2 million square kilometers to protect. Apart from these external threats, we face internal security challenges such as Naxal insurgency and jihadi supported terrorism. Religious and ethnic issues keep cropping up from time to time. And then, of course, there is the omnipresent threat these days of cyber attacks targeting our communications and critical infrastructure. The last decade has witnessed rapid technological developments in the field of artificial intelligence, machine learning, blockchain, 5G and now 6G, satellites, robotics, UAVs, nanotechnology, 3D printing, and many more, which have led to transformation in warfare characterized by exponentially enhanced situational awareness and decision making. Full scale conventional wars are less likely in future. More likely are low intensity conflicts or hybrid wars, which will be technology intensive, ambiguous, and complex. It would not have been possible for us to cover all recent technological developments in the short span of this webinar. We have therefore chosen a few of them for discussion. We are fortunate to have a galaxy of experts from diverse backgrounds who will be addressing us. We have divided the webinar into 3 sessions of 40 minutes each. We will begin with a keynote address by Lieutenant General Raj Shukla, PVSM, YSM, SM, ADC, GOCNC, Army Training Command, and Senior Colonel Commandant, Regiment of Artillery, who will be speaking to us on geopolitical trends and the future of warfare. After the first 2 sessions, we will have a break. Over to you, General Shukla.
Just find out what is the assistance they need there. Exactly. Okay. Start.
Over to you, General Shukla.
Okay, General AKS Chandel, President of the Defense, Internal Security and Public Safety, Geospatial World. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. Thank you, Geospatial World and General Chandel, for the opportunity and the invite to deliver the keynote address this afternoon. Well, I've been asked to speak on geopolitical trends in the future of warfare. So in this stated context, let me say this. In my humble view, the world is once again at stake in the face of unprecedented technological and geopolitical shifts. That's the first point I'd like to make. So when the key trends in geopolitics are juxtaposed with India's national security futures, we could possibly arrive at 6 key postulates, which in my assessment are worthy of consideration. And very simply, these postulates are like this. Number one, it seems today that everything is national security. That is the central lesson from the pandemic. Health has national security ramifications. The blue economy will have national security ramifications, climate change. So we are in a very interconnected world where everything is national security. That's the first point to consider. Secondly, it does seem now that technology is not only power, it is in fact geopolitics. So nations and militaries which successfully leverage technology will acquire the necessary competitive edge. Two, from all the trends that sweep the globe, one that is really distinct is the intensification of the rivalry and the intensification of the Sino-American contest. China, which was at one time content to see US power wane, is now somewhat determined to wrest power from the USA. In doing so, it is even willing to stake the Chinese dream. Concurrently, it seems, and I think General Chandel was alluding to it briefly, we have entered an era of competitive peace. So it is peace, but very competitive with strategic military contestation at its heart. The lesson for militaries is that they would need to develop parallel competencies in competition and conflict. Most militaries, and more so the Indian military, is fairly adept in conflict, less so in competition. So we would need to develop, as I said, parallel military competencies in competition in conflict. The fifth postulate is the salience of emerging domains: space, cyber, AI, edge technologies. Skill in the primary domains of land, air, and sea will no longer suffice. It would seem to me that we would need to integrate these traditional skills with skills in the emerging domains of space, cyber, AI, and edge technologies. The militaries which successfully do this and in consequence acquire what is described as MDO competencies will be in the lead in the future. And the sixth is that in the light of all that I have said, the Indian armed forces need a substantive transformation. They need a substantive transformation, not incremental change, if they are to metamorphose successfully into a future-ready force. So that is, in a sense, is the substance of my talk today. And allow me now to dilate on this, on the postulates that I have put forth before you. So I began by saying that the world is once again at stake in the face of unprecedented technological and geopolitical shifts, and mainly in two terms: the intensification of the Sino-American contest, with the USA making it clear that it is now unequivocally shifting attention to the Indo-Pacific and Asia. And secondly is the huge change which will impact industry, economic capacities, as also the military, a change driven by AI and allied technologies. So the technology boom around AI. And the pace and scale of change that I refer to, that the pace and scale of change that is sweeping the geostrategic landscape and the strategic military domains globally, could also be characterized in terms of two mega challenges and two subterranean themes. The two mega challenges are one, the technology boom around AI, and given the sheer economic zoom and military gallop of our northern adversary, China. China does seem to be the signature geopolitical challenge of our times. While the two subterranean themes, as I said, that shall impact militaries globally are the salience of non-contact warfare in an era of competitive peace. If we have entered this era of competitive peace, non-contact warfare will increasingly become salient. And the multi-domain challenge, as I said. So in my talk today, I shall briefly discuss all four, the two mega challenges and the subterranean themes, 2+2. And as I said, the change is so humongous that unless we in India make some very smart strategic adjustments and demonstrate far greater agility in our national security pursuits, we will not be able to prevail in the strategic competition that is underway. Before anything else, however, let me begin with a brief reference to the pandemic, which, as I said, is of course a major health crisis, but also a national security event with many critical geopolitical lessons to offer. It is pretty clear now that COVID-19 is endemic, it is here to stay. Its variations and mutations will be around until much of the world acquires herd immunity, either through infection or vaccination. But as I said, the pandemic, amongst other things, should spur us to revisit our very view and sense of national security. We've seen the interdependence of technology chains, the interdependence of global supply chains has been emphasized. It is very obvious now that all material for a product cannot be made exclusively in one geography. The value of techno-alliances has been driven home. The politics of international vaccine flows, vaccine hierarchies. You have these vaccine hierarchies between mRNA and vector-based vaccines. Pfizer, I was told, in exchange for its vaccine commitments to Argentina, sought sovereign assets as collateral guarantees to include military bases. We saw the brutal geopolitics emanating from the pandemic. How driven by the global pandemic, even as the global GDP shrank by 4.4%, global military spending went up by 2.6%, touching $2 trillion in 2020. Even a health crisis, may I put before you for your kind consideration, had far-reaching national security ramifications. The ability of nations to grapple with COVID-19, how they remain safe and connected with the least number of shutdowns, the agility with which they adapt to the digitalization that has spawned in consequence, the skill with which nations conduct their vaccine diplomacy. In sum, the index of competitiveness in COVID times will shape the pecking order in the post-COVID world. Quite surprisingly, or perhaps not so surprisingly, Asian societies have done far better in managing the pandemic than the West or USA in general. Deaths per million in Asia, I'm told, is less than 50. In the West, it was greater than 1,000. Deaths in China are in the range of 6,000. If they are underreported, they could be 30,000. But deaths in USA was 6 lakhs. So if the deaths per million in USA had been the same as that of China, only 1,000 Americans would have died. Further evidence, perhaps, that power has pivoted decisively to the east. No wonder that the Biden administration, as I said, has shifted attention unequivocally to Asia and the Indo-Pacific theater. Already much jostling and positioning for space is on. So there's a lot happening in the domain of national security driven by the pandemic. The national security terrain is not only continuously expanding, it is also in great flux. It would seem to me that national security itself is perhaps being redefined. There is a blurring of domains, a greater connectedness than at any time in the past. As I said, health, climate change, space, communications, even chip manufacturing has its geopolitics and national security ramifications. The blue economy, everything, almost everything has a connection to national security. In our statecraft and in our governance, therefore, all silos will need to collapse if we are to take an integrated and wide-angled view of national security. This may well be the foremost takeaway from the ongoing geopolitical flux. Let me now turn to the first of the mega challenges. The impact of technologies and strategic military affairs in recent times has indeed been profoundly disruptive. There was a time when when doctrine spawned technologies. Today, technologies are driving doctrinal operational cycles like never before. The USA and Afghanistan in 2007-8 had two predators, one armed and another unarmed, and about 1,000 odd human sources. Today, the reality is possibly the other way around. The predator was and shall remain the centerpiece of the American counterterrorism strategy in Afghanistan for quite a while. Technology is making unequals in combat equal. Take your mind back to the 2019 Aramco airstrikes. We saw this fascinating drone missile combo put together by a nation under sanctions and Houthi rebels. And so powerful was this combo that it penetrated the most sophisticated AD systems of the world, Skyguard, Crotal, and the AD of the US Fifth Fleet, to strike with 95% accuracy. We saw remarkable precision in air power at fractional costs. Technology is altering the character of warfare. It is impacting the combined arms balance. Idlib, Armenia, Azerbaijan, we saw how the traditional prima donnas like the armor and artillery were sent scampering for cover under these strikes by drones and loiter munitions. Technology is therefore increasingly becoming a core combat capability and perhaps a key principle of war. Technology today is power. It is in fact geopolitics. That may be the second takeaway from our survey from the geopolitical scene. And if this was not enough, in the future, artificial intelligence, and here I refer to it as an umbrella term encompassing quantum computing, blockchain, nanotechnology, robotics, aerospace, 5G, the military Internet of Things, all of that. Artificial intelligence will not only be the modern holy grail of technology, but its implications will be even more far-reaching on the nature of geopolitics and geostrategics. It is said that artificial intelligence will create new digital colonies and satellite states, new winners and losers in the strategic competitions, new power centers, new haves and have-nots. By way of impact and influence, it is said it will exceed the Industrial Revolution by several orders of magnitude. Artificial intelligence will also transform war fighting, the metrics of combat capacities and capability building. In fact, it already is, principally by compressing the OODA cycles to digital timeframes, therefore putting combat responses beyond the pale of human reaction. Responses to incoming missiles at Mach 6, Mach 7 speeds with AI-based precisionary drivers causing these missiles to self-correct 1,000 times in a second. Well, responses to these missiles cannot be at the rate of human decision-making. They will have to be at the rate of machine learning. AI will make decisions faster and of far greater quality than military leaders. So central is technology to the geostrategic calculus of major powers like USA, Israel, and China, that technology development therein is a whole of nation exercise with huge investments in comprehensive civil military fusion. There is a global hunt for talent. We are seeing unprecedented initiatives in risk-taking and innovation to push technology into industry and the military. Let me illustrate the proposition with just a few examples. So the evolution of the US Space Force today is of course being helped along by the former head of NASA and DoD, but the key partner with the US Space Force is SpaceX, Elon Musk. So these new triumvirates of the military, technology entrepreneurs, and traditional centers of excellence in science are coming together for the larger military good. The $10 billion Joint Enterprise Defense Infrastructure, JEDI, cloud contract to the US DoD may not go to DARPA, but to Microsoft and Amazon. Defense is getting so competitive, sophisticated, and complex that traditional government enterprises are failing to keep pace, paving the way for the private sector to come in a big way. We are seeing this creation of new talent pipelines. The Unit 8200 and 9300 of the Israelis are good examples. They get the smartest youngsters from the civil space, put them into these units, use them for 7 to 8 years, and those who wish to leave are allowed to leave. They go to Silicon Valley, setting up these newer chains, newer links between the Silicon Valley and the Unit 8200 and 9300. And therefore, these two units are the acme of skills in space and cyber. China, many years ago, picks up the brightest Chinese scientist, somebody by the name of Jian Pan, and sends him for a PhD under Professor Anton Zellinger, the lead scientist in quantum in the world, in Austria's Heidelberg University. And Jian Pan comes back, designs the quantum satellite. Now he's working on the quantum radar. China's National Defense University of Defense Technology, under its Thousands Talent Plan, has recruited 10 top-of-the-line professors from across the world to drive cutting-edge military projects. It has opened science talent recruitment stations in various countries abroad, Auckland, Zurich, and Madrid. PLA has set up defense laboratories in 160 universities across China. Likewise, the US Army Futures Command has signed MOUs with 300 top colleges and universities to propel cutting-edge R&D in defense. Adopting AI will also demand the development and design of new tactics and operational concepts. The source of battlefield advantage in the future will shift from traditional factors like force size, lethality of armaments, and platform capacities to facets like superior data collection and assimilation, connectivity, computing power, algorithm, and system security. No military segment or sphere, in my view, will escape the transformative impact of artificial intelligence. We are still operating and not at human and not exactly machine speed. How do we change gear? Well, adopting AI will require profound adjustments in national security business practices, organization cultures, and mindsets. Henry Kissinger expounded the classical dilemma in statecraft to challenges like these when he said, when the scope for action is greatest, the knowledge and skill sets on which you can base this action is always at a minimum. When your knowledge is greatest, the scope for action has often disappeared. So the time to embrace AI with wisdom and dispatch is now. May I now turn to the next metric in the developing strategic military playbook, which is digital war fighting. Propelled by the creation of the CDS-DMA, even as we set up our integrated theater commands, we will do well to consider or to ensure that these ITCs are not recreated in industrial era efficiencies, but we create these ITCs as digital entities in terms of capacities and functional efficiencies. We need to take note of the fact that the impact of disruptive technologies is making war fighting really digital. In terms of networks, protocols, warfighting philosophies, and capacities, the prospective theater commands need concurrently to get digital too. Military capacities in the future will not be merely about building the biggest tanks, guns, and aircraft alone. Investments, proficiencies in the softer layers of hard power will just be as significant. The future may well be about algorithmic warfare, which in essence is about capacities in designing the smartest and most adaptive algorithms, in developing combat apps, in developing prowess in cloud technologies, the manner in which networks are configured and operate, etc., etc. See how AI drove operations, the Operation Guardian of the Walls. 11 days of fighting in May, offensive by the Israeli military against the Hamas, and the PIJ, the Palestinian Islamic Jihad in the Gaza Strip. So the Israelis created this advanced AI platform, which actually integrated all data on the terror groups into one system, a platform which combined supercognition, lethality, and sophistication. And those two key units that I referred to through the Unit 8200 and Unit 900, they created these three operational outcomes. First, they leveraged facial recognition techniques to target commanders. The Hamas lost as many as 7 commanders in 3 days. Bassam Issa, the brigade commander of Gaza University, the missile technology chief, Joma Tohal, and the head of the strategic projects, Jamal Zebda, were all killed through smart leveraging of facial recognition. Big data fusion techniques were used to fuse all intelligence pertaining to the Hamas underground tunnel network running into hundreds of kilometers, enabling the Israelis to strike at 4 critical points on the tunnel network, rendering the network unusable thereafter. They developed this program, a tablet-based program called Alchemist, which was given to all tank commanders, which alerted troops in the field to possible attacks by Hamas or the PIJ about 30 seconds or 1 minute before a missile was fired. Resultantly, the Israelis had only one fatal casualty through the campaign. In the past, casualty figures ran into hundreds. So this is how AI is being leveraged in combat here and now. And therefore, we really need to rise and respond to the challenge. And now very briefly to the other mega challenge, which is China. Well, China is without doubt the signature geopolitical challenge of the era, with President Xi Jinping described by Kevin Rudd as Mao on steroids. We now see a visible urgency and audacity in Xi's endeavors. It does seem that China has abandoned the deliberate gradualism of Deng's hide and bide and has gone loud and proud, quite evident from the tone and tenor of its diplomacy, its assertiveness in the South China Sea, its blatant disregard for agreements and protocols. The decision to go loud and proud is rooted in the sensing of a historic opportunity, because President Xi sees great changes not seen in 3,000 years. And so what is the historical parallel? The historical parallel is that in 1872, a general by the name of Li Hongzhong carried out an appreciation of the possible advent of Western weapons and technologies then in 1872 and the inevitability of European and Japanese predations into China. He sensed an existential threat to the Qing dynasty. He warned the Chinese elite about the need to adapt to the manifestation of these great changes not seen in 3,000 years. The Chinese elite, unfortunately, did not pay heed. China lost a historical opportunity. It failed to modernize, lost a war to Japan, and its inability to reckon with geopolitical and technological change changed the international balance of power and ushered in China's century of humiliation. Xi has repurposed the phrase to inaugurate a new phase in China's grand strategy. In his view, now it is an occasion for rejuvenation. It is an occasion to make use of his assessed decline of the USA and the West. This is an opportunity now, which he says the Chinese use to propel their onward march in glory and prosperity. So we are seeing this grand strategy play out in many of his strategic objectives in the South China Sea, through the BRI, in Europe. And we are also seeing a visible acceleration in the pace and the change in the pace of these goals. So we are seeing advancing timelines now. The new timeline set by President Xi is 2035. 2035 for China to emerge clearly as the regional hegemon, as the numero uno in Asia. He has just the other day tasked the PLA to aspirationally seek surpassing the Americans by 2027 in terms of the capabilities of the armed forces. Now, this may not actually occur, but the fact that he is setting these advancing timelines means that in the next decade or so, we shall see greater power projection by China. And in its quest for regional powerhood, it is my view that India and China's geostrategic spaces are bound to intersect and clash. We shall see major Chinese exertions along the LOC, growing acts of intervention, influence, aggrandization along the Indian periphery, as also aggressive Chinese forays into the IOR. Well, so what do? We need a smart strategy to manage the return of China to the world. It is critical because the skill with which we navigate the China challenge will define the India of the 21st century. We need to do all that we can to push back against the Chinese juggernaut, mainly by the steady accumulation of economic, military, and technological power with vigor, speed, and resolve. Yet, not risk conflict till such time the power gap balance of power lessens considerably, equalizes, or turns in our favor. We will need to revisit the larger narratives with China, the changes in the character of war, the economy, defense interface, disruptions in technology, to come up with smarter solutions to meet the thrust and parry of our long-term security competition with China. A word about the possible trajectory of the Sino-Indian relationship. Well, for the first time in history, we have two powers, the world's number one and number three economies in PPP terms, growing in close proximity in the absence of historical buffers. There is no Tibet, and the Himalayas are no longer impenetrable. So the geostrategic spaces, as I said, will inevitably intersect due to the salience of unification of territories in the Chinese worldview. We also need to keep a close eye on China's strategic makeover, which in my view has been very deep and perspicacious. And five key features that must concern us. One has been a complete overhaul of the Chinese uh, system of professional military education, which means that there is far greater, we are seeing superior ideation and thought development from the Chinese. Two, in its signature projects, the Rocket Force and the Strategic Support Force, which signify its resolve to transit from industrial era warfighting to digital era sophistication and capacities. Three, the speed and scale of its infrastructure development. And four, the PLA's transition to digital combat. It is working diligently to configure a military Internet of Things, which in a few years from now will enable the autonomous operations of weapon platforms, machines without human intervention, catapulting the PLA into a different technological league altogether. In the WTC, the Western Theatre Command, we are already seeing the large-scale laying of fiber optics, the deployment of 5G, the 3D panoramic data survey of the LAC, which will give it centimeter-level targeting accuracy, so on and so forth. So, the Chinese makeover, its economic zoom and military gallop are indeed a challenge for the world and for India. When we cannot match the Chinese rupee for yuan or platform for platform, the only way to close the power gap is through calibrated asymmetric addressal, through smart thinking, building an optimal mix of brick and mortar capacities and niche capabilities, a technological blitzkrieg, and high-end innovation. The last two, in my view, are eminently possible. Very quickly on the two subterranean themes, about the first, the salience of non-contact warfare in an era of competitive peace. What has actually happened is that while traditional Western-styled militaries like the Indian Armed Forces have for long focused on the classical war and peace disposition and the nuances of all-out conflict, our adversaries have reframed the strategic context as a continuous struggle in which military and non-military instruments are used unconstrained by any distinction between peace and war. The South China Sea is a classical example. They have also harnessed technologies and tactics that have outpaced the evolution of international law to avoid their actions being classified as conflict. Use of fishing militias is a good example. And they are therefore pursuing their strategic objectives through proficiencies in the sub-threshold space. Well, we need to adjust to these new realities and transit from proficiencies in attrition to equal proficiencies in cognition. We need armies that can win the strategic contestation in the competitive spaces through wile and guile and fight imaginatively even from a distance. As the probability of all-out conflict recedes, and please note I say recede, I do not rule out the possibility, it would be foolish to do so, we must keep our kinetic skills alive. But as the probability of all-out conflict recedes, modern militaries like ours will need to develop parallel competencies in competition as also in conflict. We need to shed the classical war and peace disposition and enhance cross-governmental fusion in order to win aggressively in the competition space. We also need to embrace MDO capacities. The Indian Army last year has gone about articulating its doctrine with regard to MDO. The chief had spelled it out at one of the seminars here in Delhi, and we are now well on our way to see how we can integrate skills in space, cyber, AI, edge computing, the electromagnetic and cognitive domains with the traditional domains. That I said will be key in terms of developing ISR capacities, integrating cyber capacities with our field formations, integrating space capacities with our field formations, using things like drone swarming with our field formations. And all I can say is that in the context of the Indian Army, we have made some very determined strides in this regard. And though we do admit that there is a whole distance to travel in the duration of MDO, we are resolved to make very good use of the doctrine and capacities. Similarly, say in the field of cyber, just see how the US Cyber Command, along with the US Federal Election Commission, ensured that the American 2020 elections were secure. So it is the military which is ensuring, in a large measure, the sanctity of our democratic processes. So militaries, just like the US military, the Indian military too will need to sharpen its cyber capacities greatly. We've made some strides in it by setting up the Defense Cyber Agency, but very honestly, we have a lot of catching up to do in terms of building our ideation protocols. And given the sheer sophistication of the threat paradigm, our takes, our great craft. Let me conclude by saying this: space and cyber, the cosmic and virtual worlds, are equally central to India's national security and prosperity. We need to, as we are doing, address the challenges and opportunities in the twin domains, not by incrementalism, but through the greatest imagination and creativity to evolve a unique Indian way of defending our space and cyber frontiers. And if we do all that we have said, we will uh, we would have, shall I say, set the ball rolling for the Indian Army's transformation into a future ready force. And what is this future ready force? It is essentially an integrated, digitized force which connects from deep sea to outer space. Now, that's a huge challenge and a long way to go, but that should be our aspirational ideal. Develop capacities in the virtual domain, create secure kill chains with redundancies, multi domain capacities, as I said. It should be technologically enabled, propelled by agile bureaucracies. Technology will not come unless bureaucracies become agile. And we should calibrate our brick and mortar capacities with niche domains, focus greatly on R&D, and increasingly the three services are increasing their spend on high risk R&D. And also, with all this, we will need a suitably energized HR system because the youth are instinctively digital. As digital warfighting grows in salience, as employers, the armed forces will be competing for the same talent pool. We'll need new career paths in space and cyber, and new demands on the military leadership will be placed to attract professionals with these new age skills. So we'll need to put together flexible recruitment and talent management retention policies. So with this, allow me to conclude. Thank you for a very patient hearing, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, General Shukla, for that very insightful talk covering a very wide span of geopolitical trends as well as latest technologies. And it was studied with examples of the past as well as current. And we are happy to note that the Indian military is looking to create itself into a integrated, digitized force. Thank you very much for the way you analyzed all the issues, particularly what our reaction should be to the Chinese challenge in the current scenario. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Great pleasure.
Uh, Now we commence the first session, and to that, I will request my colleague Pankaj Gupta to conduct the proceedings from here.
Emerging technologies and national security. In this session, we will have three presentations. Colonel Anupam Tiwari, GD Goenka University, and member CSI and IETE will be presenting on blockchain-enabled GIS. Lieutenant General TSA Narayanan, AVSM Commandant MCEME, will be presenting on military applications of IoT. Shri Sajid Mukhtar, Chairman, Rotor Precision Instrument Private Limited, will deliver the last presentation on the session on drone disruption. Now I invite Colonel Anupam Tiwari to begin the session with his presentation.
Thanks, Pankaj. Is the screen visible and voice audible?
Yes, Colonel.
Good afternoon, everyone. For the next 10 minutes, I'll be speaking on a very new generation topic of technologies ecosystem, that is blockchain enabled GIS. For the unversed, I'll spend 1 minute on what blockchain is all about. So we have got some data. We have got a function known as hash. Now, while you read the definition, in case you are unable to assimilate, hash basically means input anything, any format, any file of any kind size which is visible on a IT ecosystem or a cyber platform. In case you apply a hash of it, you will get something like this, what you see on the screen, 6BCEC. Now this is the message digest. Digest means whenever you input something, irrespective of the file size, it will always be something in this form. So for example, for this talk, text input, suppose this is the message that we have to take the hash of GIS talk on 11th August. So in case I apply a hash on this SHA-256, now there are hundreds of hash algorithms. For the sake of example, I'm taking on SHA-256. So in case I apply a hash, I'll get something like this, and this will always be 64-digit output. Now, the thing that blockchain revolves around, centers around about hash is that in case there is a modification to this sentence, GIS talk on 11th August. Now, keep a watch. Now, first of all, this hash, what you see on the screen, this is absolutely unique. This hash will only be generated for this text. Even for an example, watch out here. You see August. Now, in case I make a small amendment to it, that is, I make capital T into small t, the complete hash changes. Now I'll just take you to the back screen again. Now this is August, T capital, and then we have got the hash. So the moment I turn this capital T into small t, the complete hash changes. Now the hash changes has a avalanche effect. There is absolutely no similarity with this and the converted thing. So this is the peculiarity about hash. Now getting back to the block that I had first shown you. So this is the block with some data. Let's name it number one. We have number two, three, four, five, six, seven, and the blocks go on with some kind of data inside them. And with the help of hashes, we connect them mathematically. That is to say, the block of hash 1 will be embedded in block 2. Similarly, block of hash, the hash of block 2 will be embedded in block 3, and the chain goes on. And similarly, all the blocks, they are mathematically connected. And this complete thing, the chain of blocks, what you see is blockchain. And this is one of the most raw way that somebody can define or explain what blockchain is all about. So while the focus is on blockchain enabled GIS, so blockchain is an ecosystem of technologies. It is an amalgamation of hundreds of technologies. What you see on the background of the screen just defines few of them. Next comes GIS. GIS, I'm not going to spend much time here. Now, GIS is Geographic Information System. Again, encompasses a big deal, big amount of subjects inside it. And the basic benefits of GIS includes improved communication, efficiency, better management, decision making, etc. Now, what do we actually accrue from blockchain? When I have shown you that hashes are there, immutability is there, etc., what are the gains? So first of all is immutability. Once a data is indexed inside a block, it can never be modified. Similarly, we extend beyond immutability into ownership, decentralized, better security, smart contracts, and this web of functions and web of advantages, it goes on. So what you see on the screen is literally a small part. Otherwise, there are hundreds of other advantages that we can accrue from the blockchain, any blockchain. So blockchain and GIS, they are complex systems in altogether. Now, if we speak about blockchain, blockchain has got hundreds of technologies behind it, which is working to make the blockchain work. Similarly, with GIS, again, GIS is something like, again, hundreds of technologies, hundreds of aggregations, and then it is combined together to form as GIS. And these are just not softwares that you download. You cannot download a blockchain software and GIS software and enable it with blockchain. We have to get into the nitty gritties of what these technologies are all about. So in case we have to speak about blockchain associating with GIS, so I'll just mention about few possibilities in the less than 10 minutes that I have here. So these possibilities are just few, and whenever you search Google for blockchain enabled GIS or GIS enabled with blockchain, etc., so you might get some options. But the best thing about these technologies are you can think so many different things which are yet not available on a search engine. So these are the advantages of new technology. So first of all is supply chain. Supply chain, blockchain allows potential to track in a supply chain. That means we'll just take an example. So blockchain for food use cases, in case we take the example. So I'll take a few examples from for coffee, beer, or seafood or fish. So consumers here will be able to see exactly where their food came from, how it got to their table. Ultimately, it increases the transparency, safety, and perhaps an ongoing awareness of what is being eaten by whom, and where exactly is the food coming from. Now, this might not look a very attractive example for blockchain enabled GIS, but this is just one part of it, and this is a very critical part. Supply chain is a very critical part, and the example that I have taken is just for food. Otherwise, there are hundreds of other examples also. Next is Internet of Things. Internet of Things, we all know what the few lines define what Internet of Things are. So in case of Internet of Things, sensors play a critical role. They play a cardinal role in the actual functioning of a Internet of Things. And blockchain has got offered us smart contracts, etc., which means faster interaction with devices. For from a literature point of view of what is available in GIS and smart cities, we have got hundreds of possibilities. GIS in smart cities, for building better cities, real-time GIS, how GIS supports planning. So there is no dearth of literature in GIS and smart cities. Of course, now the question comes. So GIS is a technology that envelops our cities and lives ahead. Now the question is, all this is absolutely fine. We agree. The GIS and smart cities, they are the association is inevitable. But what is blockchain got to do with it? Now, few of the papers that I show here, securing smart cities using blockchain technology, how blockchain empowers smart cities, and again there are hundreds of papers here which are basically centering about the security part, repairing part, uh, taking on the middleman in various functions. And just to give you an idea of these last three papers, the blockchain secured smart buildings, these have been authored by me, so I'm generally aware that blockchain has got huge association with the GIS. Property rights, I'll not dwell upon this further, but it is self-explanatory that property rights, basically we are homing upon the ownership part. Spatial verification. Now, proof of location is one thing on which I'll spend about a minute. So, proof of location is a person, he has the right to know, and the means whatever governance is following him, people are where they say they are. So it proof of location, it confirms people where they are, and if they are exactly there where what they are claiming to be. In pandemic, we had huge situations across the globe, like people moving around, moving out, unable to locate of where who is who, etc. So how blockchain can enable this? So users should own their personal location information, controlling when and with whom they choose to share their location. So apart from pandemic, we have got various applications, softwares that we use, that third parties keep tracking the people. So to avoid this, for example, pipeline industry connects far off places. Technicians, engineers, they keep making their routine inspection, websites, etc., and they are for compensated. But there is no way of ascertaining that whether the team actually went and did the inspection, because there are ways to spoof and trick the GPS. So what do we have? We have malpractice. So, but how do we ensure that malpractice is not there? So we have proof of location. Now, proof of location allows one to determine the location of an individual through activity recorded and shared. So this is the theoretical part. So what has got blockchain got to do with it? How this blockchain works here? So the highlighted text here, this says the network has nodes that report the location of devices, etc., in the region. Thus, with the information that is recorded, it becomes possible to determine where the device and one holding is. Exactly, these few lines mean a lot. Mean a lot in the sense, in case I wish to make you understand all this, I'll just take you through a video. So you'll be better assimilating it. So these are the zone anchors. So these are devices. For example, I have taken foam anchor. This is a foam protocol basically. So there are devices which are located in respective places. They sync with each other. They communicate with each other. They follow a firmware which is known by a form. The customer walks in. He gives his location presence. He confirms his location in this particular area. He passes his tokens, he authenticates with his mobile device, etc. The thing is uploaded to the network, which is verified by the verifiers. These verifiers further upload it to the blockchain, and this blockchain is exactly like what I had shown you in the beginning, the blocks after blocks after block, and each thing is immutable. So at a bigger scale, when we speak not just of one person but of the cities, internet of vehicles, the vehicles are moving, they have to give their locations, the people are moving around, the citizens are moving around from one place to another, the supply chains, etc. So these basically give out a huge way of exploiting this proof of location. So we have, okay, now all this is fine, but then the question comes, we have digitized supply chains already, but why do we need blockchains? So main advantages are speed, transactions, data accessibility, and accuracy. And think of a traditional global supply chain setup wherein a shipment of goods will pass through dozens of supply chain partners, and each of them has got some kind of different firmware software applications which are not incompatible, which are not compatible with each other. So there are data isolations, there are each firm, each company, whichever is maintaining that supply chain, has got a different self-maintained true version of what exactly happened behind. So companies, in case of blockchain, they don't need to reconcile the disparate versions. So blockchain will ensure that there is only one single version of truth that is to be maintained. So then the other one is location observation. Medical field, of course, I just mentioned pandemic, secure medical information, patients, provided data, and then combining it with the insurance part, etc. So location becomes very important. And crypto spatial coordinates, they come here to the rescue in blockchain. So what exactly crypto spatial coordinates mean? Say they ensure that security of information is there, sharing of location, precise location is there, and immutable spatial context. So location standards as per UN, you can see 70% of the world is unaddressed. So what again, so this is one example of how the world has been divided into grids. These are various characters. So this is just another interpretation of geohash, what geohash is. Now to move into detail of what geohash is actually, there was one article on this geohash, particularly in geospatial world in September 2020. You can just have a read of that particular article. So we'll focus around T. Now what T is about, this is about India. So this grid, in case this is specifying India, so I'll just go to the Indian map. Okay, sorry.
Certain.
Yeah. So we'll go into this particular area. We'll zoom in, and that T, etc. So the more we zoom, the more precise we get. So more we zoom, we get more precise, TU63, etc. And more we zoom, TU63, etc. That's the complete address. Now, what has this got to do with our thing, blockchain? So these can be associated with Ethereum smart contract addresses. So which again gives us a very valuable contribution in terms of associating this blockchain and GIS. So, well, I had so much to say. Otherwise, I have still about 5-6 minutes, but it's all about the time constraint that I have. So that's all I have from my side. Otherwise, NFTs are there, geocaching is there. So this is all there. NFTs are coming up in a big way. You might have associated with the music industry, art, but with geocaching, etc. Again, the area, the domain becomes pretty large. Land registries, other plastic pollution, etc. These have got huge. So these are just the mentions and the domains wherein this can help. So thank you, Pankaj. My presentation, I'll just finish it off here. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel Tiwari, for delivering this presentation. And it's really interesting to know how blockchain can improve the communication and enhance the security. Thank you so much for your presentation. Now, I would like to invite Lieutenant General T.S.A. Narayanan to deliver his presentation on military applications of IoT.
Can you?
Yes, General, I can see you.
No, you can see my slides.
No, General. Yes.
Can you see?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. Thank you, Pankaj. I'm extremely thankful to General Chandeli and Geospatial World for giving me an opportunity to speak on military application of IoT. I'll be covering my presentation under the following heads, which you can see on the slide. Coming to evolution of IoT, the IoT was first coined by Kevin Ashton in 1999. The first IoT device was an online operated toaster. This is an environment of interconnected devices, gained popularity after 2010. And in 2020, estimated IoT devices have reached up to 50 billion. Coming to the global expenditure on IoT, it can be seen that the global expenditure on IoT has increased with a CAGR of 39% in past 10 years, with China expenditure doubling in the last 10 years. Market sector-wise, smart cities and industrial IoT are leading, with health and smart homes catching up. Why IOMT? Actually, the future wars are going to be net-centric. Battle space will consist of red, blue, and gray. Every platform will have a sensor, and they will be interconnected. There will be seamless info sharing and decision making. This will lead to reduced OODA loop. Hence, IOMT, that is Internet of Military Things, is absolute and essential. Coming to the global scenario, I will be talking about the future force warrior of USA, the IoT for logistics and maintenance by USA, the CWeb of US Navy, and of course about China. Coming to the future force warrior, this is a US military project started in 1989 to create a lightweight, fully integrated infantryman combat system. Net Warrior is a situational awareness radio on every soldier, helmet-mounted display, and location are the basic building blocks being implemented. In the headgear subsystem is the situational awareness hub of the system. It provides maps, routes, and data with a 180-degree display, high bandwidth wireless communication, microelectronics optic combat sensor suite that provide 360-degree situational awareness, and integrated small arms protection. The combat uniform subsystem is intended to contain a trio of layers, centric layer and the life critical layer. The warfighter psychological status monitor, physiological status monitor subsystem is intended to collect and monitor information regarding the vitals. It can notify medics and commanders if a soldier has been wounded or has become fatigued. Microclimate cooling system. The cooling system has a network of narrow tubing to provide heating or cooling to the soldier up to 100 watts. In the power subsystem, they are fed by a 20-watt micro turbine fueled by liquid hydrogen fuel pack. 10 ounces of fuel would power the soldiers' integrated electronics up to 6 days. In case of logistics and maintenance, deploying IoT for maintenance of fighter jets, where the internal sensors would automatically communicate to the logistics support system and tell the maintenance requirement so that the right spares and equipment can be made available at the right time, saving time and cost. The US Navy CWeb. CWeb is an IoT-based application. It is composed of persistent nodes anchored to the ocean floor and floating at various depths for the purpose of collecting and identifying underwater acoustic signals. Once a node is triggered, collected data is exfiltrated to floating device for further transmission. Coming to China, with the rapid growth of 5G technology and data analytics, China has established its dominance in global IoT market. China is contributing about 29% of global IoT expenditure with 13% annual growth constantly. It is expected to reach 300 billion by 2024. China has achieved self-reliance in developing communication and computer-based systems. We are aware of the recent changes and reforms in Chinese military. China is aiming to implement IoT in its war zone combat system, which is shown in the graph. In the graph also, we see that China has covered the whole of country through fiber cable network, which is an ideal requirement for an IoT system. Sharp Eyes. This is another Chinese project. This was initiated in 2016 with the motto of coverage across all regions, sharing across all networks, availability at all times, and controllability at all points. There is an omni-surveillance system implemented in whole of China with about 200 billion connected devices. Its function with administrative rights given to the local administration. Sharp Eye has the capability of recognizing faces as well as vehicle number plates. Also, we can see from the statistics given on the table that China has 16 out of 20 most surveillance cities in the world. India has only one among the top 20, that is Delhi. Coming to the Indian scenario, there's a vast potential in India. The IoT market size in India is expected to grow at a rate of 62% CAGR and reach US 10 billion by 2023. The number of IoT connections are expected to grow at a CAGR of 130%. This increase in IoT market revenue share will be distributed across different industries like utilities, manufacturing, automotive, and healthcare. India is already matching the space in adopting new technology like IoT, 5G, AI to drive new business models. The government of India is taking several steps to push the adoption of emerging technologies in initiatives such as Digital India, Make in India, Smart Cities, and Smart Agriculture. Coming to the Indian Army, the Network for Spectrum project is being implemented by the Department of Telecommunication in exchange for spectrum being released from defense quota. The project has connected the last Indian Army unit on the fiber network and will provide better survivability, responsiveness, and high bandwidth in any operational scenario, and hence connecting IOMT will be easy. FINSA's idea was conceived in 2005, but however, it has not taken off due to funds constraint. The Army Design Bureau has been established to connect with the civil industries for providing solutions to problems faced by Indian Army. Towards absorption of IOMT, RFI has been floated by the Indian Army. The RFI is to develop proof of concept of IOMT infrastructure under the aegis of DJ Signals. Indian Air Force, IAF, has already taken the lead in implementation of IoT in the military domain. Integrated Air Command and Control System is an automated command and control system for air defense and will ride the Air Force network integrating all ground-based and airborne sensors, AD weapon system, and C2 nodes. One of the key initiatives of the Air Force has been the implementation of ERAN, Event Reporting and Monitoring System. It's a device designed for monitoring generator set parameters and sending this data to the central server. All generator sets connected to the radar station locally or remotely are integrated into the system, which facilitates live monitoring. Coming to Navy, the satellite named Rukmini has helped the Navy monitor the Indian Ocean region. The satellite provides real-time inputs to naval warships, submarines, and maritime aircraft, and networking capability to its naval assets. The National Command Control Communication and Intelligence Network links 51 naval and Coast Guard stations. The network provides these stations coastal surveillance information obtained from various sensors. The Information Management and Analysis Center is a place where data from various sensors and databases is aggregated, correlated, and then disseminated to various stations for enhanced awareness. Coming to the civil industry, how to harness them. Most of the IoT capability can be laterally absorbed as IOMT with ease. The only rider that this equipment needs to be ruggedized and hardened for military use. The technology capability exists. These technologies can be easily implemented in the tactical and operational area. The use cases which can be implemented in surveillance and recce. IOMT is ideally suited for this task with various sensors being integrated. It could be ground or air-based. Healthcare, continuous readiness assessment of a soldier is done using the status monitoring enabled sensors that will allow to collect data. Based on the assessment, any casualty can be detected in seconds. Training. IoT in training involves use of various simulation exercises where the soldier is given a virtual environment and is provided with wearable receivers to mimic the live combat and sensors for collection of data. The data received is then analyzed in real time and same is utilized for introspection by the trainee after the exercise. Coming to logistics, RFID tags can be used to track cargo and manage inventories between central logistics hubs. Fleet monitoring is another area where IoT can be used. IOMT also can provide real-time supply chain visibility. Robo-mules can also be developed for logistic delivery. Prescriptive maintenance. For any combat system, you are connecting various sensors through a data logger and analyzing the data through AI can lead to prescriptive maintenance. The challenges. There are several challenges associated with implementing IOMT. The first challenge is maintaining end-to-end connectivity through radio waves. We know that the cost and effort both increases by providing communication through satellites. Second challenge is powering IOMT devices. As most of these devices are battery powered, charging them would be a big challenge. Solar and wind power technology is most dependent on weather condition. Next challenge is the jointness among price services using IOMT devices. We know that communication requirement is different for all three, that is IA, in the Navy and Air Force. Hence, to have jointness among tri-services, standardization in terms of protocols and communication, and establishment of strong defense communication network is the need of the hour. Design of the IoT devices for ruggedized military use will always be a great challenge. It should be designed for high stress, rough usage, and bad weather conditions. The connected device will always be vulnerable to EW and cyber attacks. Hence, redundancies, countermeasures, and countermeasures should be suitably used. EMI degrades the performance of IoT devices. Before induction, these devices should be checked for EMI and EMC. The way ahead, there's an urgent need of formulating a data policy which can identify single source of truth in our organization. Single source of truth can ensure the availability of data at the right time. It will control the sharing of data required for development of any application. Info sharing and synergy with Indian Navy and Indian Air Force can be achieved if these assets are brought under one theater. This will lead to jointness among tri-services. Development of plug-and-play IoT devices would ensure better synergy. 5D technology ensures faster and reliable data communication among IoT devices. Hence, suitable measures should be adopted on priority to implement 5G technology. Increased participation of private firms will reduce our dependency on foreign countries. This will reduce the threat of embedded malware from imported electronic circuits up to a great extent. Secure and encrypted communication is a prerequisite for communication of IoT devices. Army data network should ensure encryption of data. Prescriptive maintenance of equipment is a low-hanging fruit, should be implemented straight away. Coming to the conclusion, if you think that the internet has changed your life, think again. The Internet of Things is about to change it all over again. Thank you.
Thank you, Lieutenant General T.S.A. Narayanan, for this presentation, where we learned about the evolution of IoT and also about the global expenditure happening on the IoT applications. Thank you so much for your presentation. Now, I would like to invite Sri Sajid Mukhtar to deliver his presentation on drone disruption.
Can you hear me, Pankaj?
Yes.
Can you see my screen?
Not now.
Now?
No, I cannot see your screen.
Now?
Yes.
All right, thank you, Pankaj. Emerging technologies and national security under drone disruption. That is the topic given to me today. Drone, like any other technology, is a double-edged sword. When
Mr.
it comes
Sajid,
to
Mr.
Yep.
Sajid Mukhtar, we cannot see your presentation. Your screen was visible, but not the presentation.
Is it visible now?
No. Is the presentation open on your screen?
Yeah.
Mr. Mukhtar, when you click on the share button, please share entire screen. You will get three options. The one is entire screen, and then you get another option called share window. So please click on share entire screen.
Can you see it now?
Yes.
All right, can I start now?
Yes, please.
All right, thank you. Okay. I have to speak on the drone disruption, a technology which has its own uses and abuses. That is the topic that I'll cover in this short presentation. I'll have a brief of my background. I'm a third generation entrepreneur, CMD of Rotor Group of companies, established in 1936, engaged in manufacturing, exporting, customizing, doing a lot of surveying, drawing, mathematical instrumentation over the last 85 years. We have been spread all the way from United States in Toledo, Ohio, to Malaysia, in France, in Germany, and in India. Well, coming back to the topic, it's actually a new world. The brave new world, that is what I call it myself. So this is the world where cutting edge technology is not restricted just to the elite, but is being used every day by common men. Computing efficiency increasing rapidly, and we pay less for higher performing systems. One significant change we see is the speed at which we can share information and communicate globally, and all thanks to the high-speed information expressway. The geospatial data repository is another new asset in this world, which is easily available, is the geospatial data. Thanks to the tools like Google Map, geospatial data is understandable even by the school-going kid. Artificial intelligence is no longer looked by some high-end modeling tool of a weatherman. People understand it, but it is helping every moment in navigation, web searches, autonomous flying. It actually can be used for providing solutions and suggestions for farmers, online shopping portals, providing personalized recommendation to people based on their previous search or the pattern, their behavioral, security and surveillance, sports analytics and activities, manufacturing and production, livestock and inventory management, driving cars or autonomous vehicles. Everything is, we no longer need a supercomputer to do it. Tiny chips in the size of a fingernail can do wonders in today's brave new world. In 1997, I remember when Bill Gates was constructing his mansion, it was in news. Not in the gossip magazine, but in technical news, because the technology used in his house, lights goes off, when no one was present, the music follows you around the house, voice activated switches, controls, etc. But today, these are everyday gadgets. Thanks to the IoTs, we can remotely control lights, motors, car, cameras, doorways, any equipment. Much has been said by General Narayan on IoT, and General Shukla also mentioned about it. We were the first one to create an IoT of underground mines in India with the CSIR SIMFER. So yes, the controls are getting faster remotely. So the brave new world, we have drones. Drones are no longer actually tools used by government or defense agencies. They are inexpensive, easily available, and non-complicated equipment, thanks to the artificial intelligence. And now anybody can just make a drone and fly it. In the company, we started looking into drones seriously in 2015. One of my company based out of Germany, Rotor International, GmbH, worked out actually the first multi-rotor copter for agricultural use in a cowshed, literally in a cowshed, which was later we shifted the focus on a fixed wing VTOL, the Trinity, which you can see on the right side of the screen, is the only survey grade plane which is now made in India and made to Indian conditions. India saw a shift from surveillance and photography use of drones, with Survey of India coming in big way using this technology to map the country for the Swamitwa scheme. This is survey of villages and mapping with improvised technology in village areas. The scheme aims to provide an integrated property validation solution for the rural India. What I can say, it's a vision of the future property cards for every Indian. An amazing scheme, an amazing step of Prime Minister Modi in this property card title deed distribution. And then I saw something like Balakot, loss of millions of dollars worth of hardware, painful captivity. Then inventing and executing works with drone in modern warfare that was much talked about by my predecessors in the earlier session. We also saw loss of valuable lives of our soldiers in our own Naxal-infected homeland. We thought of revolutionizing this with technology. And yes, here we are with the world's best ISR two-in-one drone system.
Surveillance and reconnaissance requires the next generation of unmanned aerial systems. Delta Foxtrot 2, this is Charlie Echo 1. We have information about suspicious activity at the edge of the forest, about 12 miles northwest of your position. Bring the eyes in the sky. Over. Vector is a flexible, rucksack portable hybrid
Anshita? Apologies, there is some technical glitch from the presenter side. I'll request the audience to stay on the link. Mr. Mukhtar will be joining us very soon.
Pankaj, while we resolve this technical glitch, we have one or two questions in the chat box, and we'll use this time to take up these questions. There are two questions from Sujit. First one is about what aspects of GIS and blockchain become relevant to national security. So this question is addressed to Anupam Tiwari. Are you there, Anupam?
Yes, I am there, sir. So
Uh,
the perspective, sir, I'll take on the question. The perspective of national security and as connecting and deriving what benefits are we accruing from enabling GIS with blockchain will be a matter to think about. Blockchain has offered its characteristics like immutability, identity, and all these characteristics, whatever blockchain has imparted owing to its architecture, etc. Each and everything is very peculiar. Identity is very peculiar. Location is very peculiar. And all these characteristics, in case you try associating it with any national security thing, so these will inherently be very, very close to the requirement of blockchain. So in short, I can say this only. So peculiar nature or one line answer, I'll just say that all the characteristics of blockchain which are enabling it, which are thereby its function and existence, so they all can be connected with the national security.
and from my side, I would like to add to this question that are you aware of any initiatives taken by our country with respect to utilizing blockchain and GIS for national security?
Sir, Niti Aayog had uh, this introduced a document with the name of Blockchain Strategy Document for India in about January 21. So that document indexes a whole lot of plethora of functions that can be used for using blockchain for various functions, and one of them is GIS. So in not in much detail, so that 60-page document is all about basic introduction about the blockchain technology, and then associating it with voting or land registries, or uh, land registries are there, so we can associate some similar applications with GIS. So that is one of the draft documents, and it has been put up for it was put up for public comments in about few months back. So yes, the blockchain, the government is already looking towards associating both of these, sir.
Thank you, Anupam. Sujit's next question is: has the Indian Army commenced any project on IoT? So General Narayanan had actually spoken about this. General Narayanan, are you there?
Yes, I am there, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. One is we have already working on the prescriptive maintenance for the AFV, where we have connected large number of IoT devices, and we are taking the data and using AI. Second thing which we are trying to do is, connecting all the generators, which our Air Force has already done it, where we are connecting these IoT devices on the generators and monitoring their performance. And third thing is in the drone technology, which General Raj Shukla also spoke, large number of IoT is utilized to get various data. So it is not that Indian Army is not working, but we are working. Unfortunately, we have more of vintage equipment as on date. You see, you require more of latest electronics, which we have. It is much easier to fit the IoT device, because then they can talk to each other. So it is, we are working on those in these three fields as on date, and Directorate of Signals also has taken off an RFI. So they are also working in a big way to put IoT into the map of Indian Army as such.
And of course, you had mentioned about the Air Force taking a lead in this respect.
Absolutely, Air Force and Navy have already taken a lead on this.
Thank you, General Narayanan.
Thank you, sir.
We have one question from Tirath, which is about, given the time consumed in the defense procurement procedures, how Indian Army will achieve the much needed agility in inducting these crucial technologies. I suppose this question is addressed to the keynote, General Shukla. Uh, but I think, he mentioned in his talk, and also you would have read in the news that even the army chief has said recently that it is not just um, the bureaucracy also needs to be changed along with the change in technologies. So that is an inherent part. Most of the delays, despite numerous iterations of the defense procurement procedure over the years, we still are stuck with delays in procurement. So there is a need for a radical change in the approach to be taken by the bureaucracy in the respect.
I can
think
add
we've
to
got.
that, sir.
Yeah,
I can
please.
add to that, sir. General Raj Shukla has taken a big initiative wherein he's using the R&D budget to say that, along with the private sector, we can develop technologies for the army as such. If you look at the 2021 Army Day Parade, where the swarm of drones was done, was one of the experiments which he did. So in that way, we are involving the private sectors, at least in drone technology, in a big way, sir.
Thank you. Pankaj, see if Mr. Mukhtar is back now so we can resume his presentation.
Yes, Arun Chandele, he has joined us back. So, Sajid, I request you to begin your presentation.
Yeah, I'm so sorry, I got disconnected. Just a minute. Let me know when the screen is visible.
Not now. Yes, that's visible now.
Okay, I'll quickly go to the the video that I was trying to bring up.
Surveillance and reconnaissance requires the next generation of unmanned aerial systems. Delta Foxtrot 2, this is Charlie Echo 1. We have information about suspicious activity at the edge of the forest, about 12 miles northwest of your position. Bring the eyes in the sky. Over. Vector is a flexible, rucksack-portable hybrid VTOL UAS. It can easily be deployed by a single person within a few minutes and without any tools. Vector is designed to perform ISR missions, where endurance and time on target are critical to the mission. The automated takeoff requires a simple swipe on the handheld controller and only minimal space in the field. Charlie Echo 1, this is Delta Foxtrot 2. Eyes in the sky, approaching the target now. Terrain following keeps your vehicle safe, even in unpredictable territory. For more complex operations, Octarian Mission Control allows you to control multiple vehicles in a single mission. With Skynote on board, Vector stands ready with cutting-edge technology. AI-enabled preemptive failure detection increases the confidence and the safety of your mission. AI on board augments your awareness in real time and delivers faster and more accurate intelligence. With a single click on the controller, Vector starts to loiter around the point of interest. Mike Sierra 4, this is Charlie Echo 1. Target movement detected. Target is now at the gravel pit. Take over control of the burn. Charlie Echo 1, this is Mike Sierra 4, taking over control. Out. For collaborative intervention, the second squad took over the control of the UAS while it was still in the air. Computer vision enables safe and precise landing while avoiding obstacles and personnel on the ground. By removing the wings and tail from Vector, the system now transforms into Scorpion. Scorpion is an agile tricopter used for urban operations where hovering and maneuverability are required. Eagle eyes on target, holding position. Hovering at a distance, Scorpion delivers detailed situational awareness where it is inaudible and invisible to the target. Charlie Echo 1, this is Mike Sierra. Mission accomplished. Returning home. Out. Enter the next era of ISR with Vector and Scorpion, the flexible 2-in-1 system that brings AI and advanced autonomy to your missions.
So this is what we have, the new generation ISR drone coming up with a lot of Indian AI and Indian software put behind it. Moving on to the next slide, as I always say, we wish, but you never get to choose your neighbors. And we have some of the most notorious one around. So recently we have seen in the last 1 or 2 years about more than 167 infiltration of international borders, people coming in with their drones and infringing our territories. This can be regulated with a lot of efforts that the government of India is currently putting up. Thanks to our visionary leader, and we look forward for all these UINs, remote IDs, and broadcast. I'll just try to explain them how they work. This is each drone that Rotor manufacturers and supplies has an AI-enabled system with a remote ID node that transfers or broadcasts its identity and location in real time. So this can be tracked on telephone by any airspace manager or authority or anyone would like to see. That is what is available as on today on remote ID. NPNT is a great initiative by Government of India, which helps taking prior permissions before flying, and you can probably also identify the owner of the drone and the pilot with this particular technology that they have put into place. Anti-drones is the other way of looking at the negative side of the drone disruption in the international security, where you can detect the drones, locate and track in the air or the pilots on the ground and then take preemptive measures, or you can act or react based on the information provided. The anti-drone workflow, that the way that I put it up into, you can actually use any of the counter drone technologies available in the world. You can detect detection and tracking radar. You can use a day-night camera with laser ranging for detection and tracking of drone target, or you can have a communication channel detection and jamming system, something like this, for a soft kill, or a GPS jamming or spoofing system for a soft kill. You can have a direct laser energy weapon for a hard kill, or a C3, that I call it, a command control center with power source of the complete system. And probably the EMP, which is already deployed by government of India. Anyways, this is only the negative side. The positive side, I have tried to talk a bit on the projects and schemes going on in India. I'm pretty sure wherever the drones are going to be used or deployed in India, we cannot avoid this particular market. This is something becoming increasingly bigger and bigger, and much bigger than people saw or see it initially. We have the right kind of resource in India. We have the right kind of people who are developing all the kind of hardwares, the IoTs and the AIs. All we need is the right kind of exposure with the right kind of agency. And I'm pretty sure that nobody can stop us to be a Vishwaguru. Thank you so much, Indraman. Sorry for a short cafe in between. I got disconnected. Thank you so much, Pankaj.
Thank you, Mr. Mukhtar, for delivering your presentation on drone disruption. It was really a very interesting presentation, and the whole session was really very engaging.
Thank you, Pankaj.
Thank you, Mr. Mukhtar. Now, moving on to the second session on satellite imagery in geointelligence, we will have one industry keynote and two presentations. Sri Amitiku, Senior Industry Manager, ESRI India, will deliver the industry keynote on AI, ML, and satellite AIs. Sri Vipin Tyagi, CTO and EVP, Premier Global Services Incorporation, will be talking on satellite imagery intelligence for defense operations. And Brigadier B.S. Khan, Defense Space Agency, will present on satellite-based image intelligence. I invite Sri Amitiku on the screen to deliver the industry keynote.
Yeah, Pankaj, am I visible?
Yes.
Perfect. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'll be talking about artificial intelligence, machine learning, satellite AS, and especially how we can leverage the power of ArcGIS to drive value from these technologies in a military geospatial environment. So let me share my presentation. So screen is visible. If it is visible, Pankaj?
Yes.
Perfect. Let me start with basically artificial intelligence in a geospatial environment. So AI in a geospatial environment is typically referred to as AI, Geo AI. So what is Geo AI? Geo AI or geospatial artificial intelligence is basically what is derived out of interfacing various kinds of spatial imagery data with artificial intelligence and geographical information systems. See, over a period of years, if you see what has contributed to the emergence of Geo AI, it is the volume of data has grown humongously. Today, the volume of satellite imagery, the volume of remote sensing data that is available is huge, is in terabytes. And parallelly, if you see, the the technology in compute power has also increased significantly over the many years. So compute power has increased, data volume has increased, and parallelly storage technologies have increased. So all this put together has contributed to the evolution of GeoA. So typically, when we say machine learning, what machine learning is all about? So we basically interface artificial intelligence with ArcGIS or any kind of a GIS engine, and we derive structured information products from it. So a few examples I have listed out. Today we are doing precision agriculture. We are deriving soil samples. We can determine soil quality, interface it with the right crops by hyperspectral imaging. We can do asset management for airline fleets. We can even predict agricultural yields through satellite imagery. We can do all kinds of fleet management even in defense scenarios and ensure that proper maintainability of spare parts is there. We can do target identification in defense systems. We can do suitability analysis, terrain analysis. We can plan military maneuvers. We can do RF, availability of RF over a particular terrain, whether it will work or it won't work. And most importantly, we can do change detection. It can be done over any kind of imagery, it is satellite imagery or drone imagery. We can identify whether our enemies, neighboring countries have created some infrastructure which is not supposed to be there, something like a temporary shelter or perhaps some road infrastructure which has come up. So what is machine learning? I have just showcased a typical machine learning cycle. It involves data preparation, and of course, machine learning will depend upon the quality of data, which is defined by its volume, velocity, veracity, and variety. And then training the model, training the AI algorithm on the data which we are feeding into it. Inferencing the filtered data, which is getting filtered by putting the algorithm, and then deriving the meaningful insight from the data and sharing it in various reports and formats to the concerned agencies or people. So it will ultimately depend upon the quality of data and the number of data sets that you are feeding into the training model. So the more the data sets you feed into the data model, the better your algorithm becomes and better your machine learning is happening. So I will talk about few case studies on this. But before we do that, what are the advantages that GeoAI today brings into defense? We can do monitoring, prediction, and countering of threats. It is contributing significantly to surveillance technologies. We can do risk mitigation in vulnerable areas. It helps us in secure decision making. We can do accurate situational awareness, and a lot of advanced geospatial analytics can happen on the data. So coming to the few examples, for example, we can detect number and type of aircraft in satellite imaging. So we can find out whether at some particular time interval anybody is violating our airspace. If something is violated, what is the type of aircraft? Identifying the type of aircraft also gave us the idea from which country it is coming, for example. So it is very, very difficult to do it manually. Even if we do it manually, by the time we get the information, it will lose its relevance. Another example is analyze, for example, analyze information war. So if we, overlay fake tweets over geospatial data, we can identify hotspots in geographical regions from where this is propagating. This in turn will help us to plan to mitigate such fake information that is being propagated by perhaps shutting down the network of a particular hotspot or doing some such action. Again, monitoring public gatherings, crowds. So beyond just visualizing the crowd, we can even monitor the crowd if some procession is happening in a planned activity, a path has been legally permitted. We can make sure that the crowd is riding on that path. And if there is any deviation from there, it can give us an alert. Beyond that, we can even create AI algorithms which can identify if some people are carrying, for example, sharpest weapons or even firearms in the crowd. So there is significant value in safety and surveillance systems. Another example is identification of illicit ships in our territories, which will help in protecting our territorial waters. So typically, every ship has its AI system, and it keeps on broadcasting its parameters. So once we lay the AIS data of a particular region, or let us say our coastal area, and overlay a satellite imagery over it, as a simple AI will quickly help us identify which ships are in radio silence, or which are the ships which are not getting populated in the AIS data. This will help us protecting our territorial waters, prevent illegal shipping, and even identify any kind of terrorist activity which is happening. Some ship which is not supposed to be there is there. Another important example is help in preventing a cyber attack. Today, cyber attack, cyber warfare is no longer movie fiction or something which we just get to hear about. It has started to happen around us. So if you overlay your network data over the geospatial data, we can clearly see how our critical assets are spread and how our critical assets are networked and how we can mitigate the risk of a cyber attack. So once you do this interfacing, you can this whole network gets clearly visible, and it can help us in making policies and creating systems which will mitigate cyber threats and cyber risks to us. So let me, briefly talk about S3 AIS integration systems. So we can do AIS integration with ArcGIS in real time, where we get all kinds of vessel information like static AIS, dynamic AIS, which involves vessel positioning, movements, voyage-related information, and we can do a lot of analytics on this. We can do GIL analytics with the real-time AIS data. We can do analytics with historical AIS data. We can overlay, them over each other and see whether something is changing in typical route patterns. And we can integrate these analytics with any kind of decision support and alerting system. So typical data sources which we can plug into ArcGIS are AIS Hub, Spire Maritime, Exact Earth, and the options which ArcGIS gives you to play with these data sources is we can have a AIS track builder tool for ArcGIS Pro. We can have Spire AIS data add-in. We can have Exact Arc map add-in, and then we have our analytics server and a Geo event server. So I'm just showcasing typically how a Geo event server churns the data. ArcGIS Geo Event Server has the capacity to ingest data from any data source. It can be field data coming from mobility devices, it can be satellite imagery, it can be remote sensing data, it can be AIS data coming from maritime vessels, it can be data coming from fleets, it can be data coming from a radio network. So all kinds of data can be ingested in this engine. Ingestion will happen, actuation will happen, and we can churn this data with relevant AI algorithms. And this server has the capacity to populate the reports. The visualization can happen on any device. It can happen on desktop, it can happen in apps, and we can even provide APIs or plugins which can link them to further applications, any command control application or any alert application which is done. So analytics with GIS, which can be done on AIS feeds. We can do tracking, we can do geofencing, we can create alerts, we can recreate tracks, density analysis can be done, we can do object pattern identification and detection, and we can do overlay analysis. Let me give a brief example of how it all works, how you can plug in AIS data into ArcGIS, and what all you can derive from. So once we plug in, let us say, real-time AIS data from Spire, so we will get all the inputs, counts, number of vessels, number of crew. So all this gets populated. So you can see, you can view the data of every vessel. And we can even create a sum total hex chart of any region, which will give us all number of vessels, showcasing the entire AIS data. So so all the vessels are showcasing, and we can select any region, we can create any polygon and view the data. So thank you guys. This is about from me. We would be happy to take any queries, questions. Please feel free to visit our website or write to us.
Thank you, Shemitiku, for delivering the presentation from ESRI India. It was really very great to see
Thank you,
what
Pankaj.
technological solutions ESRI India is having for the industry. Thank you so much for joining us for this presentation.
Thank you, Pankaj.
Now I would like to invite Sri Vipin Tyagi to deliver his talk on satellite. Hello.
Yes. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Excellent. All right. So thank you very much. It's my delight to be on this spatial conference that happens every year. And General Chandele, people, leaders in this space, they do a fantastic job year after year. So it's my privilege to be here. I guarantee that there won't be my PowerPoint is not going to stuck anywhere. So, and I have only 7 talk points that I'm going to talk about. And I would expect more questions and answer in the interaction. So the first thing that I want to talk about is the 360-degree communication. And 360-degree communication means that you have GSM, which is also called 5G IMG 2020 fiber, Wi-Fi, satellite, high throughput satellite beams, LEOs and MEOs, all are operating at the same time. So the important thing for us to know is that whenever we plan any strategy for any one of the solution, we have to look at multi-channel 360-degree communication. Also now, more and more data will be coming down from the skies and will be going up to the sky. I see a possibility of having a data center in the sky, and you can imagine why, to do a lot of things, because the processing powers are going up, the cost of launching satellites are coming down, and the kind of bandwidth that you get is very, very high. So the first thing is that look at 360-degree communication. Yeah, the fibers are multi-terabit capacity now. The satellites are gigabits, multi-gigabits. At least 1 gigabit per beam is what I see, and this is going to increase more and more. So anything that is on the ground will go on the sky, and new things which are high bandwidth will come to the ground again. So the cycle is going to continue. Second point that I want to talk about is the multi-factor authentication of objects, video, IoT, and through the multi-source. What it means is that once you are getting the data from a single source like video or IoT or the ground camera, all of these are susceptible to manipulation at various places. Consequently, the multi-factor authentication of the information providers and information validity is essential. And we see why so many people are actually collecting data from different sources about in a city. People are running the cars, people are running, in the by lanes and collecting all the video objects and then correlating it with satellite and finding out, what's happening in that particular place through motion sensor, through the uh, analytics running on video in real time. Consequently, the multi-factor object authentication is very important. Second thing that I wanted to talk about. Third thing, so and all of us are knowledgeable, all of us understand, what need to be done. I have had experience of actually looking at the images and how do you utilize this for lawful interception purposes. And it comes out that it is very important for all of us to have the data and control over data. And that brings me to the third point that I'm making is national standard for middleware. So we need to have the national standard for middleware. And I have written 1M2M, encryption, Wi-Fi, IoT, through providers. 1M2M is the only standard created by 8 standard bodies for the middleware of IoT. And the ITU has adopted that as a reference architecture. India has adopted that as a national center as a standard. Consequently, we need to have our implementations which are 1M2M compliant. And why it is necessary? Because the data is coming from so many sources and you are going to manipulate that. And today you're getting a particular data from one channel, tomorrow you will get from another channel. How do you correlate? How do you make it flexible? How do you actually homogenize? How do you make sense of the data, even if it is in different units? All of that requires the standardization. Consequently, standardization of the middleware is very important. Encryption is another area where a lot of work required to be done. Quantum key generation and quantum encryptions are coming along, which all the current systems which are based on 128-bit, 256-bit, even 1024 bits encryptions are going to be worth nothing. Because the quantum computers generate a lot of keys, millions of keys, and then they will match and they will break all of this. Consequently, the encryption, that to the quantum encryption, which is based on physical photon event for generation of the keys, and also the methodology for actually encrypting data through the new breed of algorithms is going to be very important. NIST has already selected about 3 algorithms. One of those is going to be standardized. We should participate in that and we should bring up. Wi-Fi, while the technology may not inspire many people, it's going to be proliferated everywhere. And Wi-Fi equipments which are being manufactured in India and technology available from India are going to be the key for deployment in the ISM band and multiple of those, because the cost is going to be lower, the handset will not be required, the IoTs are simplified and available very, very cheap. So the cost factor will actually allow the Wi-Fi to become a predominant technology in terms of connectivity. And consequently, the images that you will get, large scale images will come from there, where you can actually analyze those images, and you can further ask for a high definition image to be coming through another channel. So it's like you have multi-channel play. Then we will, the fourth thing that I will talk about in terms of IoT providers is the licensed service provider. Okay, so why licensed service provider? So you have the other service provider licenses, you have ISP licenses, you have telecom service provider licenses, you have the satellite provider licenses. All the licensed provider to connect the data is important for, especially for the data which is sensitive in nature, because the license conditions can actually allow certain amount of discipline to on the data, especially the sensitive data. Consequently, the license conditions which have been already signed by the provider mandate that the certain conditions need to be met, and that makes the procedurally by a standard operating system wise the data to be more secure coming through the licensed channel as opposed to coming from the unknown channel. Because why? And I will talk about that in a minute as to why it is necessary for us to have the identified areas and then look at that. That is because brings me to the next point, eye on the future. So, and many of these have been thankfully talked about, is the artificial intelligence. Okay, the satellite communication, internet from the sky, cognitive systems, swarm algorithms, image manipulations, augmented reality, and virtual reality. So, what it means is that artificial intelligence is actually allows you to learn the data and keep it for the further reference and analysis. But AI does not guarantee you that its learning is perfect or even useful at times. And consequently, to say that AI can solve all the problem, it can solve only the problem that it has solved before or learned to solve before. Spacecom, actually, we have to see the inter-satellite communication based on the visible light. And that's where a lot of the interconnectivity across the geography is happening as of today. So the beams which are flowing in the space across the satellites to formulate a constellation where you are actually encrypting the data and you are sending it across in a very, very broad band, because the light beams are in visible light domain are very high bandwidth, and consequently that becomes your backbone. So we are talking about SATCOM and we are talking about creating a core network up there, then that will play a major role. Internet is going to come from the sky. I mean, it's a matter of time that internet coming from the sky is going to be the kind of global phenomena very soon. Because a lot of investment is happening in this, and we need to be aware of that. Then talking about the cognitive systems. Actually, cognitive systems and learning, all of that is coming along very well. I'm going to finish very quickly, and I have just two more slides. And that's why these algorithms and image manipulation and media streaming becomes very, very important, because people can steal the media and they can actually insert a new image through the augmented reality. It'll look like real image. So you can't be sure. So there'll be image manipulation. The sixth is defense need and sophistication levels are different. Ultra reliability, and you have security need and indigenous and sophisticated technologies. That's why in India, we have to build a lot of things. And with that, this is my last slide. Serious future toys. The toys which you see as of now, these are robots. These are all connected moving objects. They are serious toys. And with all of that, the image processing of all these multi-layer analysis, finding out the algorithm, shortest distance algorithms, all of this have been done already in India. A lot of research work has already happened. So we need to take advantage of that. And we need to be aware that image can be stolen and inserted back. And consequently, when we plan something, we need to be taking security not only from encryption perspective, but multi-factor. That's what I wanted to say. And I want to thank the organizers once again.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Shritaki,
Pankaj.
for delivering your talk on satellite imagery intelligence for the defense operations. We really enjoyed it. Thank you so much for joining us for this talk. Now I invite Brigadier B.S. Khan, Defense Space Agency, to present on satellite-based image intelligence. Brigadier, your mic is on mute.
Good evening to you all. Can you hear me, Pankaj?
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, we can hear you.
So, is the click on it? Yes. No, I can't see them. Okay. Pankaj, can you hear me?
Yes, you're audible.
Can you see my presentation?
Yes, your presentation is visible.
Okay. Thank you. I would be talking about the satellite-based image intelligence. And to start with, I thank this initiative for us to share our knowledge, and very nicely brought out by General Raj Shukla that the technology is future, and our warfare is going to be more imbibed with technology. And satellites and space being the next frontier, I would like to cover my presentation under following heads. I'll try to be very fast so that I don't overshoot the time. As we all know, that intelligence has got various aspects, from human intelligence to signal intelligence to technical intelligence. One of the most important intelligence part is using image intelligence. And satellite image intelligence is a subset of image intelligence. We can just see that the types of data which can be collected as an imagery could be from a satellite or an aerial platform like aircraft. Some of the important issues which I would like to touch upon, which form part of imagery, are the resolution, the swath, the strip length, the revisit time, and the turnaround time. I would not dwell into the details of what they mean, because I understand that the August gathering understand all these issues. So I would just like to bring here that some of the issues which we would like in our satellites for future is that we should have a moderate to high swath. We should have better resolutions, both spatial as well as spectral. There should be a compromise between the swath and the strip length. The revisit times have to be reduced to the shortest possible, because operations are very dynamic, and the time is very important. And lastly but not the least is the turnaround time. When I say turnaround time, it's the time from which a demand is given for a particular imagery to the imagery being provided to the user. That has to be shortened. Now, these are some of the desired characteristics. So we would like that a faster revisit time can be achieved. There are ways and means possible to do it by use of constellation of satellites, by use of tailing satellites, by use of combination of satellites. Next would be higher resolution. As you would all understand that a defense requirement is not a typical civilian requirement of a satellite imagery. Our targets are smaller, our targets are more dynamic. So we need higher resolution satellites to give us the data, the kind of imagery required in our area of interest. Next is spectral bands. You know that defense equipment use a large variety of materials today, and for example, we should be able to make out in a camouflaged scenario tentage, a habitation, an airfield, a hangar, and other camouflaged defense equipment. For that, we need better spectral bands giving us data at the fastest rate. Now, next important issue which comes is that the time-bound dissemination. We need high-speed dedicated networks to move data from the satellite down to the analysis place of analysis and interpretation, and then interpreted data to reach the user. All this can be also achieved that if we use various types of sensor. A satellite can be one of the sensor, they can be aircraft sensor, and the third is the ground sensor. Merging them into a composite picture would give a better result in the satellite imagery. Some of the advantages are very evident, that satellite being a platform which is very high above Earth's crust, so it's easier for the inspection of targets beyond our borders. If the revisit times are as desired, we can detect change very fast. A high detailed resolution imagery can give us the type, material, and size of the targets which are required by the operational commanders. We can preempt our adversary from their troop movement, deployment, and construction of facilities, which may help our operational commanders in planning their operations. As we go ahead, there are, of course, a lot of limitations in the satellite imagery. One is the ground verification. Large amounts of data are required for image interpretation, primarily from the point of ground verification. We need a large pool of system experts to extract intelligence from an information, from an image, to interpret it properly and to decipher what the image provided is. Now, one very big issue which is in a satellite imagery, that it is not a cost effective way of int gathering, but it is a very prudent weapon. It is also a limitation that it has large gestation period. When I call of gestation period is that from a technology which is theoretical to become a technology which is produced and which can produce results, there is a large gap. This needs to be somehow addressed. We also understand that a lot of technology in the field of satellite imagery is theoretically and practically available across the world. To use it or modify it to the requirement of the defense forces is what is the limitation. And lastly, the sensor capability at times the requirement from a sensor could be varying from the ground forces to the air forces and to the naval forces. A compromise has to be established because these are very limited assets that the sensor could detect from a very small submetric target to a very large targets such as aircraft carrier. That way, not compromising on the onboard requirement of storage. Coming to sensors, a compromise can also be overcome with the help of multiple sensors on board a single asset, or having multiple assets having different types of sensors to provide you a composite picture. Some of the challenges which I foresee for both industry, the research and development organizations, and us as users in the satellite imagery is to meet the demand versus the supply gap. Demands could be varying in ways from a small little hideout to a large ship movement. The gap has to be somehow reduced from what is demanded to what is supplied. The next most important challenge is the turnaround time. Image dissemination to the user from the time he asks for the image has to be reduced to, in a warlike scenario, 2 hours, which is today in days. This is one of the most important and I would say challenging aspect for the industry and for the research and development organizations to look forward to how to reduce this time. At present, major defense forces, including us, are more dependent on human intelligence for intensive interpretation of imagery. This has to move towards technology. This is where I would want that artificial intelligence and machine learning comes in to help reduce not only the turnaround time, but for error-free, or I wouldn't really call error-free, but lesser percentage of error in interpretation of imagery. For this, we need large target libraries. We have to start today. We have to start building the libraries so that the softwares which are produced are able to give us the solutions which we want. To train those artificial intelligence softwares models to pick up from the libraries and give us the correct interpretations. One of the biggest challenge is technology lag. I would want that the technology which is on paper, which is theoretical, to move towards practical, demonstrable technology. The lag between the timelines has to be reduced. I know that the space as asset is a huge asset, and it needs it can't be mass produced. So it needs a lot of funding into the research and development before a technology can be proven. And once this technology is proven, it cannot be still mass produced because every satellite is unique to itself. And lastly, but not the least, the challenge is to fuse all sensors and all agencies which are into imaging to give a composite picture. With this, I come forward to what are the way forwards which we would like the intelligentsia, the research and development organizations, and our industry partner to look forward to is a better resolution, at least in pan and multispectral imagery. Secondly, we should have larger constellations of models to give us reduced revisit times. And thirdly, and not this is one of the most important thing, is to reduce the time taken for the images to move from the satellite down to the interpretation centers and from interpretation back to the user, which needs very high speed movement of data, large volumes of data. With this, I finish. I'm available till the end of the webinar for any queries if any one of you desire. Thank you, Pankaj.
So we have a couple of questions. We'll start with the question from Sujit, and that is for Mr. Tyagi. Have you been able to see it in the chat box, Mr. Tyagi? He's talking about
Yes, I have seen.
national standard for middleware, why they need to be different from international standards.
This is a standard question. Okay, because whenever we talk about the Indian standard, this question comes up. And let me tell you, this particular standard that I talked about, 290 plus contributions happened from CDOT. This is the only standard in the world endorsed by 8 standard bodies, including ETSI, including the American and Chinese and Japanese standard bodies. Consequently, this is the Indian standard was built before the implementation of the international standard. Korea was the first country to implement this, and we have adopted that as national standard. So there is no kind of a thing that I'm talking about. I only was saying that without a standard, you will not be able to figure what is happening. Consequently, the middleware that get adopted by the service provider to provide the information to applications between application and sensors have to be standardized. So ITU also has taken that as reference architecture. So 1M2M architect standard is a global standard adopted by India.
Thank you, Mr. Tyagi. And there's another question from Sujit. What is the requirement of ground verification? And he's saying that when you've got SAR and RF imagery available for warships, why is this corroboration required by ground? Brigadier Kang, would you like to answer this?
I would. So verification is very important because some of the places, the areas look similar in an image. And if you don't verify, the errors may crop into your AI model as well as even human interpreters, and an area which may be looking totally like a different area of interest of yours. You may just go totally wrong. You may be hundreds of kilometers away and imagining that a particular activity is taking place in a particular area which may not be your area of interest. Similarly, verification of targets is also very important, that you to identify the friend and the foe. You may target a friend, realizing that probably it's an enemy, which may not be true. So verification on ground is one of the most important and I would say time-consuming cycle of the entire interpretation of an image. I think I've. Is that clear?
Yeah, he has some more queries, but Sujit, I'm afraid we cannot, continue with the questions. We are already a little late on this program. Meanwhile, there was a question for Amit, whether AIS track of rogue ships can be, provided by ESRI. Is Mr. Amit available? No, Amit is not there.
Yeah.
But,
actually,
yes.
I wanted to supplement the answer that has been given by Brigadier. So I will not take much time. I'll just add few sentences. When I was talking about multi-factor authentication of object, would mean that any video coming from one source has to be corroborated by the other source, has to be corroborated by IoT. It has to be corroborated by the ground, because it is, the manipulation of image can happen at any stage. Number one. Number two is that so many images look similar that even artificial intelligence engine can make mistake. Consequently, it is multi-factor multi-channel authentication is need for us to go forward and declare that object with 90% probability.
Thank you. And there was a question earlier which asked that is imagery from drones more reliable or better than high resolution satellite imagery? So, any one of you, Mr. Tyagi or Brigadier Kang?
So
I don't
sorry,
see the
I didn't hear you,
question.
sir. There was some lag in your speech.
Yeah, the question is a comparison between imagery obtained from drones and imagery, high resolution imagery from satellites. So when
Okay.
Okay.
and the question was more about if satellite imagery is available, then why resort to drones?
Okay. Sir, I will take it on. There are two issues. Very quickly, I'll explain. One is that satellite itself is a very costly asset as compared to a drone. This is you can say a disadvantage towards a drone. However, the area coverage by a satellite is much larger than a drone. Drone typically will have a very limited flying time. Second thing is a drone can fly to a particular height. It cannot enter enemy or your area of interest, which we'll all understand that any enemy who is planning something will not be sitting right at the place of impact. He will be much 100 maybe 200 kilometers away from there. The further we get to know him, the better it would be for the planners of operations to plan their counter operations for a adversary. So in any case, I'm not saying that a drone image, high resolution drone imagery is of no use. It is very good, and that is why I said all satellite imagery, aircraft photography, which includes all these drone as well as UAV imagery, will have to be merged, and a composite picture has to be created.
Thank you. And can I add that while in the case of a drone, you can modify the flight path, you can make it hover, and you can get intelligence much earlier. The same is not applicable for satellites, where the revisit time, the turnaround time, etc., are disadvantages. So I think we'll close this session with this. And I'd like to thank all the speakers, Mr. Amit, Tyagiji, Brigadier Kang, for their presentations. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, General Chandele.
We will now take a short break, approximately 5 minutes, and we'll get back then for the expert talk. Welcome back. Thank you for your patience. And now we resume with an expert talk by Vice Admiral Anil Chopra, PVSM Aviation. And he'll be talking to us on the geopolitical dynamics of Indo-Pacific. Over to you, Admiral Chopra.
Thank you, General Chandele. A very good afternoon to all of you, gentlemen. Am I audible, firstly?
Yes, you are audible very much.
Thank you. I'm delighted to be amongst you today. I'm not so sure what the Indo-Pacific is doing in this specialized technical forum, but I'm always happy to speak to a group of professionals such as are there in this audience. Now, the Indo-Pacific is a rather large canvas for a 20-minute talk, so you might find I'm rushed as I go along, and I think the Pankaj may have to give me some sea room and some leeway, but not too much. At the end of it, I hope you'll not all be at sea as we sailors are most of our lives. May I have my first slide, please? Okay, I was to talk on geopolitical dynamics, but I have made it dynamics because the Indo-Pacific has geopolitical, geoeconomic, and military dynamics all playing together. And yes, military dynamics are nowadays a bit separate from the geopolitics due to what you've been talking about, due to the technology. It is a large canvas of two oceans, covers almost half the surface of the planet, but it also has the continents, 4 of them, which are affected by this canvas. Now, many people are confused about what the Indo-Pacific is. Is it a geography, as is shown on this slide? Is it a strategy to contain China? Is it just a maritime battle space? Is it a geostrategic construct with larger implications? I would wager on the last. As I said, there are many facets of it. But be what it may, it is the theater in which China has chosen to alter the status quo and challenge the United States as the power, as the primary power in this part of the world. Now, as you can see, it is a maritime domain. And I need to remind you all that the seas still remain free. They're the last commons of mankind. All nations, all ships have equal access to the sea and can legally go anywhere on the planet. There is no ownership, no terrain, no fences. And therefore, it becomes the easiest means of transportation and of power projection. It is connected to both trade and prosperity and to security. And therefore, this Indo-Pacific and its maritime nature has become the hotbed, the center of gravity of global geostrategic moves. Now, it's not only the maritime aspects. There is, of course, the littoral and the hinterland, and they all play a part in the dynamics of this region. But primarily, there is a lot of movement of maritime forces, free movement. And I'll just say one thing about navies. There's not much time to say much else. Navies do not defend coastlines. Navies are instruments of offensive maneuver, always going out deep into the ocean, seeking out the enemy, bringing him to battle, and destroying him sometimes tens and thousands of miles away from home waters. The navies don't line up on the coast and defend coastlines. That is my point. And in this great theater, navies of all nations are moving around quite freely. Next slide, please. While we talk about the Indo-Pacific, whereas the actual connect is not very much. In fact, there is very little geographical connect between the two oceans. That red line, the Straits of Indonesia, is about all there is. And if you can't get in through this, you have to go all the way around Australia. So it's not something which is naturally a single construct. It is a construct which is created for geostrategic purposes as we will see. Next slide. Okay, what are the Indo-Pacific drivers? We all know this, but it's a good idea to put them down. It all came about around 2007, 2008, when China has not just risen, but it had started its aggressive patch. She had become vice president. The Chinese Navy had come into the Indian Ocean. The South China Sea was ablaze with Chinese moves. And all this happened around 2008. Premier Abe of Japan suggested an Indo-Pacific. It came about, and that is where it started. Now, of course, it has become the arena of the US-China great power competition. It's also driven by economic resurgence in Asia as a whole. And it is driven more by economics than by strategy. I'm just giving you a gist because I speak on this very often, and that's why I dropped the word geopolitical. There is a huge dependence of the West Pacific economies, including China and Japan, on the Indian Ocean region. And that's why Indo-Pacific also came into being as a construct. There is huge investment potential in the region, in the Indian Ocean region, and that is of interest to many powers, regional and extra-regional. Moreover, there is a lot of trade transiting the Indian Ocean region, coming from outside of it and going outside of it, but transiting it. And that's why it was added, the Indian Ocean was added to the Western Pacific to make the Indo-Pacific. The West Asia quagmire continuously also is part of the reason that this is being looked upon as one lens. And of course, there are interests by powers like France, UK, Russia, and others. And last but not least, it was India's rise in potential that gave the possibility of a balance with China in some way, which led many strategists to this construct. Next slide, please. We often forget about Asia in the Indo-Pacific. Asia, as you can see, is a large place. And because of its population, its consumption, it is bound to be slowly and surely the center of gravity of the world's economy. And this is the reason, amongst others, as I mentioned, why the Indo-Pacific has become an area of focus. Next slide, please. It's an interesting slide I put here to show someone has done this work and how the world center of gravity has shifted from about 1000 AD when Muhammad of Ghazni came into India. Nothing much happened for the first 800 years, if you see. India and China were still pretty rich under the Song dynasty and the Yuans in China and various empires in India. But it rapidly shifted west. And then around 1950-55, post the Second World War, it started shifting towards Russia and then towards back to China and India. Next slide, please. So who are the players in this geostrategic construct? China, obviously, and there is a small group of people who are trying to balance China's aggressiveness, called the Quad, but otherwise outside the Quad, called a concert of democracies, call it what you will, the US, Japan, Australia, and India. And then there is ASEAN in all its 10 countries, France, which is an Indian Ocean power with real estate in the Indian Ocean, as indeed does the US, North Korea, which is a nuclear power, Republic of Korea and Taiwan, which are economic powerhouses, Russia, you could say a waning power now aligned with China, and the UK and the EU, which are others with interests here. Now, this entire list has got real estate in the Indo-Pacific, all of them, except the EU. Even the UK has got the Digo-Garcia, what we call the British territory in the Indian Ocean. And France, of course, has many areas and a large EEZ in both Polynesia, in the Pacific, and the east coast of Africa, Reunion, and other islands. America, besides having Guam, has been a Pacific power for a very long time. Next slide, please. So let me come to China, which one has to. This whole thing, though it is a construct, has been egged on and provoked mainly by China. Not so much China during the Mao days, not so much China during the post Mao period of consolidation, but primarily China as of 2008 and with the rise of Xi Jinping and his China dream. And then, of course, there has been uh, a desire by China to sort out its territorial uh, unfinished businesses and its assertiveness both at sea and on land. And this has led us all to look at the Indo Pacific primarily from the Chinese pendulum swing. But China, which is reaching out for great power status, has problems, has dilemmas. Besides just the Malacca, it has many dilemmas. Next slide, please. In the Western Pacific, the worst part about the Chinese dilemma is its geography. As you can see, it is hemmed in. It cannot break out into the Pacific or the Indian Ocean. It has to move through choke points, maritime forces certainly. And the whole place seems hemmed in and locked in. A similar situation faced the Kaiser in Germany or the Russians, who never became maritime powers because of bad geographies. I don't have time to go into that, but let's say a good geography is like the US or India, open seas on both sides. China does not have this. And as the word geography, as you all know, is extremely important, why do we say geopolitics or geoeconomics or geostrategy? Because geography is destiny, and China's geography is not very good. First dilemma. Next slide, please. The second thing that China faces is a huge US presence in what used to be the Asia Pacific and now in the Indo Pacific. This slide just shows the US bases where US troops or assets are based. In addition, there are US facilities like in Singapore, which is not shown on this, or even in India now with the foundational agreements, or with a host of other allies and aligned powers who facilitate US, should I say, power in this region. And the thing that China faces when it's trying to come out, the geography and the US. Next slide, please. So what did it do? To handle these dilemmas, it struck out into the South China Sea. It pulled out this 9-dot line from a magic hat and said, this is ours. And whatever we all did, it went ahead and possessed all those atolls in the South China Sea, changed the geography, militarized them, weaponized them, and have changed the power balance once and forever east of Malacca. Possession is 99% of the law, as they say, in real estate, and South China Sea is pretty much a Chinese sea, despite all the talk around it. So this is one of the things it did in response to its dilemmas in the Western Pacific. Next. The other thing it did was the PLA Navy. This is amazing. It's become the world's strongest navy, over 350 ships in no time. Lesser time than even Gorshkov took to fashion the Soviet Navy in the Cold War. But it is a navy which has numbers, but very little experience, very little combat experience, untested. And we have to see. And it's got other problems which I will bring out again. But what the Chinese did was they took over the South China Sea, at least the atolls, and they really built up their navy. And this helped the problem on that side of the Malacca, that is the Western Pacific. Next slide, please. But the Chinese have other dependencies and problems. Now, first and foremost, people don't realize how dependent the Chinese economy is on the Indian Ocean region, on the littoral. For energy, of course, from the Middle East, but also for trade. It gets its raw materials and markets, and this leverage that it gets from the balance of trade from this region. Without the Indian Ocean littoral, without the Indian Ocean nations, China has no place, not very many places, to dump its excess manufactured products. and it has lesser places for raw materials besides ASEAN and Australia. And moreover, this region is underdeveloped and has a lot of internecine fights and conflicts, and it's a good fertile ground for Chinese to play around with. And they're doing that. And they've got through this access to Africa and Central Asia through the Indian Ocean. And they've connected it now through their Belt and Road Initiative, or they're trying to, though it has sort of lost out in its steam. And it's trying for real estate, mainly through debt traps, by getting smaller and poorer nations indebted and then exchanging the debt for real estate, as we see in Sri Lanka and elsewhere. Next slide, please. So this, of course, is the dilemma. On one hand, the Chinese are so dependent on the Indian Ocean region. On the other hand, the only place to get through is through the Straits of Malacca. The other straits are not very good for navigation. So the Chinese are thinking of putting this Kra Canal, that dotted line through Thailand. They've been trying for 20 years to prevent them being dependent on Malacca, but they have not succeeded. They've also tried Arctic routes. They've tried the CPEC from Gwadar. They've tried pipelines from Myanmar, but all 90% of the trade goes through sea. It's too expensive and dangerous to go anyway. All the pipelines cannot make up even 10% of the oil which flows in ship bottoms through Malacca Straits. So the dilemma remains, and it's the Chinese Achilles heel, whatever they may say about it. Next, please. So in peacetime, this looks grand. There is the ancient belt, which is the old Silk routes of Marco Polo, etc., in red, and the modern initiative at sea, this road, which is basically ports being developed so that Chinese shipping and Chinese exports and Chinese trades and imports can be facilitated. Nothing new, this, but it has got a lot of hype in the recent past. Even the ports are not new. They have existed since antiquity, except even Gwadar for ages, but they're being developed to facilitate Chinese strategic moves in the Indian Ocean region and beyond. Next. The famous string of pearls. Everyone gets excited about Chinese bases. I say what I always said, there are no Chinese bases in the Indian Ocean except Karachi. The rest are places. All ships need water, food, and oil, fuel. But warships need ammunition and missiles, and warships need to make damage good, action damage, battle damage. That can only be provided in naval bases. And there are very few in this region, mostly in India and maybe Karachi and Diego Garcia. The rest are just staging posts. They cannot repair damaged ships. Certainly Chinese. So in peacetime, this gives a good idea. It's a good canvas, but in conflict, it would not hold. And also in conflict, the law of neutrality comes in. And last but not least, to an audience such as this, a base, whether an army base or a navy base, has to be secure. It cannot be insecure. Look at Hambantota. People talk about it, or Djibouti. They're not secure. They can be taken out in no time, even by the Air Force. So there is Chinese huge presence in the Indian Ocean, slowly, steadily, but it has problems. It only really has Pakistan and Karachi. Gwadar is not good enough. Okay, next slide. But what we need to worry about is the axis now emerging to the west, with Turkey, Iran, Pakistan all vying for leadership of the Islamic world and being played by both China and Russia. They are being played, but they're falling for it. And China, especially with the US withdrawal from the area generally, may well succeed in forging this axis to our detriment and with great concern to our energy security, which is still from the Middle East. Next. So many are worried about the Indian Ocean, and rightly so. The more sensationalist among them talk about future battle space, but there are lots of flashpoints here. The basic one being Chinese overreach and Chinese miscalculation, especially after US withdrawal. And secondly, a collusion with Pakistan into some sort of fancy two-front issue. Or other sorts of conflagrations like in the Middle East and elsewhere. It is an underdeveloped, as I said, area with lots of conflicts on land, and there is chance of incendiary issues and miscalculation. In fact, next slide. 150 years ago, naval officers are fond of showing this slide. I'm showing it to you. He said this. It may come true, it may not, but the Indian Ocean is the key to the seven seas. He said 150 years ago, in the 21st century, the destiny of the world will be decided upon its waters. Well, let's hope it doesn't come to that, but there it is. Next. So now I'm just rushing through the geopolitical situation in the Indo-Pacific as it now obtains. The China military buildup and aggressiveness is destabilizing the whole region at the moment. China is challenging the status quo using gray zone tactics and conflicts. On its continental border, China dominates all its land neighbors, including to some degree India. East of Malacca, China has most military capacity but unproven capability. Within the first China island chain in the Western Pacific, China has effected credible anti-access, anti-denial strategy, and it's no longer easy for the US and its allies to take the Chinese military for granted. However, west of Malacca in the Indian Ocean, China is stretched and remains vulnerable. Next. In the current balance of power, only the US and China have the force levels and the budgets to impact pan-regional military dynamics in the Indo-Pacific. The overall military balance of power is not only governed by the militaries but by alliances and alignments, and is presently tilted against Beijing. China is pretty much alone in the Western Pacific, except for unreliable North Korea and a question mark in Russia. Whereas the US has Japan, Taiwan, South Korea, and a host of other supporting states, Australia, Singapore, and so on. In the Indian Ocean, China is supported by its clan states, African clan states, island nations, small countries who got into debt, but it is eclipsed by the US, combined US, French, EU, and Indian maritime and air power. Therefore, China is vulnerable at sea, especially in the Indian Ocean. We can moderate its continental behavior, but only if we have the capability to leverage this vulnerability. It's taking us a long time to realize this. Next, please. China has other vulnerabilities, you all know about them, but primarily I want to say it's not yet a global power. It can't fight on all the oceans of the world. And the trouble with maritime conflict is that if you start it anywhere, then you have to fight everywhere. If the Chinese sink an American ship in the South China Sea, the Americans start sinking ships in the Atlantic and the Mediterranean. The Soviets, for whatever you may say, had equal fleets in all the oceans of the world. China also faces pushback, an exodus of companies, problems with the economy, an untested military, problems with leadership maybe now, and possibility of Xi being challenged, and then the CCP's legitimacy, the brittleness of an authoritarian state, and possible social unrest, no soft power and draw, no one is dying to get into China, and now the COVID stigma. So this big dragon is not so invulnerable as most people tend to think, just because of its economy. Next, please. On the maritime front, it has a strong and maritime navy. I told you, it's got long lines of communication, and it's got very little maritime ethos. Again, it's vulnerable at sea. Next, please. The pushback is not only in Quad, but many other things are taking place. There's a dilution in investment. There is the supply chain initiative. RCEP is getting nowhere under China's leadership. The ASEAN is now cracking and is publicly critical of China in some issues. Russia remains a question mark, could tilt westwards, is worried about Siberia, playing the Chinese game at the moment. Taiwan is a hotspot, certainly, and Europe has also started making its presence felt in the Indo-Pacific. Next, please. The Quad prospects remain meaningful only if it retains a security focus. It must also remain small to be manageable, and Malabar must be restricted to 4. Any attempt to broaden the ambit of Quad and Malabar will make them diffused and irrelevant, and all singing, all dancing, and achieving nothing. But that's my view. And the US lead is indispensable for Quad. Whether this Biden administration can provide it is another question mark. I'm not so completely sure about Quad in the immediate future. Next, please. Now, just last 2 slides before I pack up, I bring to what you guys have been talking about the whole day. The Indo-Pacific is going to be determined. The balance of power will depend on technology, military technology to a very large degree, more than geopolitics and maybe as much as geoeconomics. With conventional prompt global strike as the US mantra, strike anywhere in the world conventionally within 1 hour, and with joint all-domain operations becoming another byword, autonomous AI ML systems, hypersonics, directed energy weapons, and space weapons, all this, which you well know, is going to affect the geopolitics and the balance of power in the Indo-Pacific. It's dynamic, so to speak. Next. Next, please. So just 2 things which you guys have been discussing, but look at it. US conventional prompt global strike, very good warfighting concept from their angle. It's not just technology. Warfighting concepts are coming up at a very fast rate and being discarded or being taken in. Joint all-domain ops, the Navy calls it, because multi-domain ops, the Navy always did. We were always fighting on the surface, above the surface, below the surface, mines, submarines, helicopters, aircraft, satellites, space communications, space navigations. For the Navy, the domain has been multi-domain for the last 50 years at least. Now we are talking about joint all-domain. That means all-domain with the other 2 services. And that will take some doing. It'll take more than money, it'll take technology, and it'll certainly take more than just reorganization like theaters. Next, please. This is my last slide. A small sort of crystal ball. I think China will keep land conflicts on the boil. It suits it. It will divert attention from the maritime domain where it is vulnerable. There will be no major offensive till the centenary year is over, I think. After that, the real hotspots are Taiwan and the Himalayan border. We'll have to see whether there will be conflict or China will back off. Russia-China future will be a big question mark. Whether the Japanese will take on, dispense with the Article 9 of their constitution and become full-fledged armed forces and possibly a nuclear power is to be seen. On Chinese behavior and Quad, we'll have to see where that goes. Chinese brinkmanship, overreach, miscalculation are the biggest concerns as far as this entire situation is concerned. I had a few words to say that what we are seeing now is a sort of pause in the game, in the state of play. There's a pause while the new administration in the US settles down and while China celebrates its centenary of its CCP. But this is not going to carry on. It is deuce with advantage, not with China, but with the rest. So with that, I come to a conclusion of my talk, which I rushed through, as I said, in 20 minutes. I hope you got something reasonable out of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Admiral Chopra. That was a very exhaustive coverage of the geopolitical dynamics of the Indo-Pacific and the relative strength of navies. You're not out of place. General Shukla had started with, talking about the importance of the blue waters. And also, as far as technology is concerned, it is generally agreed that the navies of today are the most technologically advanced of the armed forces normally. So, once again, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, General.
And now, we now move to a very important session. This is cyber warfare, the omnipresent threat. And to chair this session, we have Lieutenant General Rajesh Pant, PVSM, AVSM, VSM, who is our National Cyber Security Coordinator. And with him on the panel, we have Commander Mukesh Saini, who has earlier been the National Information Security Coordinator of the country, Major General Manjeet Singh, who is the Joint Secretary in the Secretariat, and Dr. S.K. Pal, who is a Senior Scientist with the DRDO. So over to you, General Pant.
Thank you, General Chandele, and greetings to all the attendees of this very well curated event that Geospatial World has organized on the overall theme of the impact of emerging technologies on national security, and particularly this session on the strategic aspects of securing national cyberspace. So we just saw how the seas are being defended or have to be defended, and national security implies that all the domains, land, air, sea, space, and cyber, have to be defended as part of national security. I'm just going to share a presentation to set the stage because I find we have a galaxy of speakers. So I'm just sharing my screen. Just a minute. So is my screen visible, please? Is my screen visible?
Not yet.
Is it visible now?
No.
Okay, I have gone through the process. Just a minute.
Probably you got too many firewalls from where you are projecting.
Yeah. Let me share it again. Manjeet Singh साहब को बुलाना. Just a minute. I think this may take some time because yes, you're right. We have some firewalls in our office, and we have to be a bit careful. Okay, let's do it. But then I'll walk across to where General Manjeet is sitting and speak from there. Yeah, just see, come at the back. I'm sharing my screen. So I'm doing share here.
Sure.
Share screen.
Yes, sir.
Share screen. Entire screen.
And you have a presentation officer?
Yeah.
So you can close Windows, sir. So that it's comfortable to you. No, your presentation is not open.
सर पहले presentation ऊपर कर दीजिए. फिर अपने आप में screen जैसे
Just a minute.
presentation open. Now come back. Now just go back to that. Just come back to this. Now just do screen. Share. नीचे. Yeah. Share. Do share again. इसमें screen. Share screen. Come back to Windows. Windows. Click on the PowerPoint. Share. So your screen should have been shared now.
Yeah, there is a firewall. What we can do is we can start possibly with the other presentations and I can come back later. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's perfectly all right. Mukesh, are you ready with your presentation? Just let me check.
Yes, sir, I can go ahead with it.
Okay, over to
Right, then
Mukesh.
please.
Thank you, sir. So I'll just make a quick share screen. Can you see my screen, sir?
Yes, we can see your screen now. Just put it in the show mode.
I'll put it in full mode. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everybody, to be on this panel. It was my privilege to be here. So today, instead of making a futuristic view, I will just narrate the actual incident which has taken place in US, where the supply chain route was taken to launch a cyber war and not cyber warfare. It is cyber war offensive, formal cyber war offensive on US government, which has taken place. The solar wind was used for the purpose to carry out attack on the important industry and US government. SolarWind, if some of you may not know, is a major company which provides its services to for at least 400 out of 500 top companies of the world, and most of the US government. Their work includes primarily on the providing the network services. Networks today have become complex. Managing them is challenge. They have something called Orion platform, and which manage the complete product services. Now, this platform therefore required to be has the access across. It has complete access of the network because it has to manage it, right? So what the people able to do, we'll narrate in short time. This is how the panel looks like. Quickly look at that. And these are the attacks which has taken place: sunburst, sunspot, supernova. I'll discuss about them in short future. The thing is, the US government, the following people are impacted. That means their data has been stolen. It could have been worse, but at present, data seems to be stolen from Trump administration, including the cybersecurity staff. Pentagon breached, cybersecurity infrastructure security agency breach, Commerce Department, Treasury Department, Department of Homeland Security, National Institute of Health, State Department, Energy Department, you name it, and all big companies. National Nuclear Security Administration, which manages all the nuclear stockpiles, Federal Energy Regulator, who manages the electric grid networks, private sector, Microsoft, Red Eye, Cisco, Intel, 150. So just remember there are about 3 lakh users of solar wind across the world, out of which 18,000 were given the impacted malware, and of which only 180 or so are actually impacted. So you can imagine that this complete process was very well planned, very well executed. It happened sometime before August 2019, when the enemy state managed to get the password of Orion, and the SolarWind was selected because of this particular reason, because it had the access to the complete network, and it was a very opportune target. Remember that SolarWind not the first company to get hit by this kind of thing. There were another company which got hit in very small manner. There's something called in 2017 is Net Sarang got hit. where the server management certificate was got issued by the server, but to the malware. And similarly, SS Tech has issued a malware update with the patch patch update with the malware in it. So what has happened in SolarWind is they issued a malware laden update, but it is far more complicated. I'll possible. So they got the password. Then they carried out the recce of the complete system, surveillance of the complete network, and then in September 12 they launched a proof of concept in which they modified the patch of the SolarWind, where they added just small malware which will detect whether the system it is probing is 64-bit system or 32-bit system. So flag 1 or 0. That's it. They did. Then they went back, carried out complete study, and came back Feb 2020. Now once they start gathering complete intelligence, they had complete visibility on the processes being followed by the SolarWinds, and then they identify that this malware will go. The interesting part is that the interesting part of this malware was that SolarWind was very particular. Now let me explain how the patch is carried out. Is they have repository of the system with them, and that repository the people who are working will pull out the software component of it, correct it, put it back, correct it, put it back, and when the patch time comes, they collect all, carry out an audit, and carry out complete check, and then they compile and send it out. That's the process. In this, just before the compiling takes place, the system does the checks. There are checks and balances. The final check is that its MD5 hash value is checked for every component of it before compilation takes place. So they have developed a MD5 clash file, which will, if replaced, will match the MD5 from the master. First thing. Second thing, they identified a file which will exchange. Now, how will exchange is that after the audit carried out, just prior to the compilation, they carried out a swap where you sometimes delete a file or you create a file. When you, let's say you're writing a temp file, you're writing a Word file, the temp file get created for it, right? So temp file is the latest version of whatever you're writing, actually speaking. So it gave a command to swap that file with the temp file, but temp file was the malware and not the original file. And that's how it got loaded after the audit and just fraction of seconds before the compilation takes place. That kind of thing is there. Once the malware started distributed, very interesting thing is it lied low for at least 2 weeks. It did no action whatsoever. So you cannot point out where the error is. The length of the code is just 3,800 bits. That's it. Code lines, sorry, 3,800 code lines out of more than 1 million code line in that patch. So you can imagine what the problem. First sense of the problem they got is velocity. They detected the intrusion. They felt there's something wrong, but they didn't take any action onto it. They just closed it, thinking, okay, it's something gone wrong. Didn't vary. Then Palo Alto Networks detected an intrusion. They found a backdoor. When they traced back, it was SolarWinds. They talked to SolarWinds, and SolarWinds and Palo Alto continued to discuss the issue over something and reported nobody, and nothing happened. Then FireEye on 8th December, very interesting happened is when FireEye chap was working on it, found that a particular user has created 2 phone numbers for his access. So she asked him, in fact, that lady was there. She asked him, why you created 2? He said, I have not created 2. So then they checked back, and in normal case of event, people would have just kept quiet, but being FireEye, they reported the matter upward. Matter went straight to the board in the same very evening. Board sat immediately. They deployed more than 100 people immediately to identify the fault. They searched everywhere. They couldn't find the reason. It was only in the end they found the SolarWind, that too after lot of assessments and doing machine learning, machine language learning experts were brought in, and that's how they detected. Almost 10,000 man hours were spent to detect. Thereafter, the announcement was made on 13th of December. I'll not go in more detail of it right now. I'll come to the second part of it quickly. Then finally malware compiled version once located in somewhere in Jan, it's identified. Interesting part was that when the company who was CrowdStrike was responsible for, was hired for the services to identify this, when they identify finally the malware of 3,800 lines of the compiled form, the CEO wanted to demonstrate to everybody. The Zoom meeting was called, and he wanted to demonstrate and decompile it. When the decompilation stage started, the malware vanished right in front of their eyes. Right in front of their eyes. They just couldn't do anything about it. It vanished. No record anywhere. Interesting part: malware kept very intelligently kept removing every traces of it. Okay, now malware is in the department, state department or government department or in the victim system. There, after 14 days, is activated the beacon. That beacon then before creating the beacon, it carried out the surveillance inside the system. When carrying out the surveillance inside the system, they use the same protocol, same formats, same DLL numbers, same everything, similar to bilkul name like of the SolarWinds and Microsoft. So nobody who was watching it, even on the what got getting transacted, could detect this is happening. They were very similar named. Everything similar in capital K, small capital. That's it. Something similar. Everything similar was created, and then this beacon was there. Beacon sent that small amount of data, and then came in the next group. Next group came in. This group is that group. First group is only created the whole. Second group came in to attack. Now, Microsoft president, when he gave the briefing to the intelligence, he has said that more than 1,000 people are there in the attack side team, because for every company, every organization, there was a single chap who knew the system very well, how to go about it, and they kept repeating. Just give you the quick example in last 1 or 2 minutes. The firewall was the information, let's say, gathered from people. It was first is fragmented into multiple pieces. Let's say any Word file or PowerPoint or any data files. They fragmented into pieces. Then they were all zipped using 7-zip, because everybody was using 7-zip. So 7-zip was used, encrypted it, kept it in the deleted folder. At appropriate time in the middle of the night, the firewall was switched on. Its firewall, all logging system was disabled. All exfiltration takes place. Firewall enabled. All tracks removed. That's kind of action done by the attackers in the cyber war. The issue here is what is there is that it is just led to espionage part, but the power which lied with the attackers was so great that they could have demolished anything and everything inside the US government. Everything they could have demolished. That's
right, Mukesh.
Yes, sir. I'll quickly end it. Thank you, everybody. So I could talk about it a lot, but I don't want to waste the time, and let's listen to other people. And then you can ask the questions. Thank you, sir.
General Pant is back now, and thank you very much, Mukesh, for covering this less known but very interesting episode of SolarWinds. And you remain in the panel kindly, but we will now give control back to General Rajesh Pant. Rajesh,
thank you,
please
sir.
go ahead.
Thank you, sir. And I'm glad the security systems in our office are working, because probably this was the first time that the VC platform of StreamYard was being used. So It gives a lot of satisfaction to me. So I've come to this other room where General Majid was sitting. But just to continue with where I had left off, we can have the presentation. I'm just sharing this presentation with you.
And General Pant, after this, you conduct the panel. After your presentation, you could get Dr. Pal or Manjeet and then sort of, give your conclusions.
I'll do that. So is my presentation visible, please?
Yes, it is visible now.
Excellent. So once again, thanks to especially to General Chandele for organizing this very well-curated event. I will just take 10 minutes to speak on the strategic aspects of securing national cyberspace. And the quote of our Prime Minister is very important here, where he says that I dream of a digital India where cybersecurity becomes an integral part of national security. And those who may recall his speech last year on 15th of August from the ramparts of Red Fort, there again he highlighted the importance of cybersecurity and its impact on national economy and society.
Rajesh,
So,
can you kindly switch your PPT to slideshow?
Oh. Yeah, it's in the slideshow.
It is not covering the full screen.
It is full screen.
it is full screen from my side.
No, it is not. It has got the column on the left showing all the slides also.
No, just F5. Is it better now?
No, it has to be done in a different manner. Anyway, leave it now. Kindly continue.
Okay. So, next slide. As far as the cyberspace is concerned, as you can see from the slide, that today we have a tremendous dependence on cyberspace, whether it is e-governance, and especially during the pandemic, all the ministries and all the state and central government functioned online. So everything was tele, in fact, whether it was tele-education or telemedicine or telehealth or the financial services, etc. So in e-governance, we have.
Rajesh, sorry to interrupt. Your PPT is not moving. Your slide change is not occurring.
Okay.
You have opened only one screen. You need to open the whole presentation, and then only will you be able to move the slides.
We are just checking. We are just checking that.
Okay.
School.
Sharing indicator.
They are not saying this.
Share screen. Just a second. Okay. Share screen. Select window on this. You can select this one.
Yes, sir.
Muted, sir. This is okay.
Yes, sir.
And I'm saying allow. And I should go full screen.
Yes, sir.
Should not be issues.
How is it now, sir?
No, still it is not full screen. It is not slideshow.
So just a minute, please, sir.
Stop sharing the pillar.
Stop sharing and then do it again.
Share it to entire screen.
Yeah, entire screen, I think. Move it.
Is it better now, sir? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we are okay now. Yeah, that's okay now.
Okay, yes. Okay, go to the next slide. Yeah. So just to continue, as you can see, the importance of cyberspace is there in e-governance, in the entire BFSI sector. Businesses are totally dependent on it. Industries, in fact, now with Industry 4.0 coming in, they will also depend a lot. Then healthcare, we have seen, especially in the pandemic, the entire internet, your email and smart cities, as and when they come, will create an entirely new and an expanded cyberspace, and of course, social media and the communications. Now, as far as the strategic sector is concerned, there is a lot of dependence on cyberspace in the sectors that are shown in the slide.
if this whole seminar is about the use of technology in defense. Then we have the space sector, the strategic sector as far as the nuclear is concerned, the transportation. There's a lot of dependence on cyberspace, the oil and gas sector, in fact, the entire energy sector, financial sector also, as well as communications and the energy sector. Next. Now, this is a slide which I have taken from FireEye. It is one of the latest slides which gives the global threat landscape. And as you can see, he's divided it into the APTs, that are the advanced persistent threats. These are the threats where a large number of resources are required, which are generally implemented by the state-backed actors and the state actors themselves, or some large mafia groups, etc. So he's talking of almost 2,000 groups that have been active in the year 2020. So out of that, there are 41 APT groups. And then in the financial sector, he's talking of 11 financial groups that he's identified, and he's showing how many are active. And there are a large number of groups which he's calling as unclassified, about 652 of them. So this is what basically the threat landscape is about. And there is a figure that last year the total loss due to cybercrime was $6 trillion US. And the World Economic Forum has made cybercrime as the highest man-made risk as far as the economy is concerned. So with that background, what we find as of today, the 15 top cyber threats are shown on this slide. So we have malware, which is the most common, and it can come through any vector, whether it is phishing, etc. Then we have web-based attacks, phishing, I just mentioned, due to clickbaiting, etc. And during the pandemic especially, we saw that there was a sharp rise in the phishing mails because the perpetrators got an opportunity to utilize the COVID theme. Then the web application attacks, especially in the mobile apps also, there are a large number of vulnerabilities. Then attacks through the spam mails. Then we have a distributed denial of service attack, which is there, which can shut down large services. Identity theft is very common, and this is the start of a subsequent attack where he gains your personal identifiable information and then uses that for, let's say, business email compromise, etc. Then there are data breaches, and they have taken place within the country also in a number of cases. And of course, the insider threat is the most common. Almost 50 to 60% of the attacks take place due to insider threat. Then today there are a large number of botnets. In fact, they say that almost 55% of the traffic in the internet today is due to the bots. So this is a growing threat for the future also. And then we have the physical manipulation, damage, theft and loss of the IT assets. There is information leakage. Ransomware is getting more and more important. You have heard of what happened in the Colonial Pipeline case. Almost $4.5 million were paid. JBS Foods, almost $11.5 million were paid as ransom. And in the dark web, there is a site which gives you ransomware as a service. And it has the financial details of a large number of companies as to what are the revenues that they earn, and they tell you that this much ransom you can get out of this company. And they take that 20% and the rest you can keep. So this is actually a very important threat which is getting more and more serious, and a number of countries now are starting to come together to discuss as to how to tackle this threat. Then cyber espionage is taking place as we speak about all the activities that are done. And finally there is this latest aspect of cryptojacking because of the not only the digital currencies, the cryptocurrencies that are active and the crypto mining, etc. So these are the 15 top cyber threats of 2021. Next. Now, as far as the Indian cyberspace is concerned, we have divided it into three parts. First is the national sovereign cyberspace. where the nation state itself depends unconditionally upon for its own functioning and has exclusive sovereign, jurisdictional, legislative, and regulatory rights on its constituent physical, logical, information, and social layers. Then we have the national cyberspace. Just to explain it, supposing one of our data is lying in a data center, some data of ours is lying in a data center which is outside our geo boundaries, national boundaries. So that data would form part of the national cyberspace. It may not be a national sovereign cyberspace. So this is what we are defining as a superset of national sovereign cyberspace, and those cyber assets that the country would have direct dependence on for its functioning. And finally, there is the global cyberspace, which is the superset of the interconnected cyber assets. Next. Now, as far as the strategic aspects of cyberspace are concerned, they are shown on the slide. See, sovereignty is getting more and more important. And you have heard of the Personal Data Protection Bill, which is being discussed in Parliament, and the aspect of data sovereignty and what stays inside the country, what is cross-border free flow, etc. And the cost of data is suddenly dawning on people. Somehow our nation has lagged behind. In Europe, almost 2 or 3 years back, the GDP, General Data Protection Regulations, have been invoked. In USA also, a lot of sector-wise regulations are there, CCPA, etc. But somehow we have not realized the value of data. And look at what the governments are gaining. In fact, the federal authorities in the USA received $5 billion from Facebook for the data leak of the 81 million Americans in the case of that had gone to the UK. So this is the money the government is losing. So what it requires is that a whole of a nation approach has to be provided for enforcing cybersecurity. When we say whole of a nation, we are saying that there has to be a common but differentiated responsibility. So the citizens have some responsibility, the businesses have some responsibility, academia has some responsibility, and the government has some responsibility. So everyone has to be part of this, because when the attack comes, it comes through a single individual, and then there is a lateral spread, etc. So the seriousness of the whole of nation approach is important. Then is the aspect of social and economic prosperity. So as I said earlier, there is a great dependence on cyberspace for economic prosperity, which we do not want to tinker with, and this has to be protected. Then of course there are these privacy and civil liberty issues that have to be taken into consideration, and privacy versus security is a big debate, as all of you have been hearing recently. So cyberspace is today a strategic sector. The IT and the IT-enabled industry and manpower is a strength of India. Almost 55% of our GDP comes from that. But now we want that similar growth should take place in the cybersecurity also. There are legal and policy issues that we have to consider. And of course, sound budgetary support is required if we have to implement cybersecurity at a national level. And lastly, and once again, I am enforcing this and reinforcing this, that data has to be considered as a strategic asset. Next. So what are our focus areas? Firstly are the governance structures. You are aware of the institutions that we have created over the past couple of years. National Cybersecurity Coordinator's Office for Cybercrime. There is an Indian Cybercrime Coordination Center under Ministry of Home Affairs. For critical sector, we have created an organization under NTRO, Cyber Diplomacy Division in MEA, and CERTIN, of course, is there. There's Threat Prediction, National Cyber Coordination Center. So all these structures have been created, and the governance of these now has to be taken into account. And this is what the new National Cybersecurity is going to tackle. Then how do we ensure a resilient cyberspace? Because vulnerabilities will continue to exist, attacks will continue to take place. So in order to remain secure in such an environment, we have to have a resilient cyberspace. And what are the actions that we take for this resilience to create this resilience is what has to be considered. Then now with Atmanirbhar Bharat, this is a very important aspect, that cybersecurity products and services must be sourced through the indigenous routes. So how do we create this? It's a very high technology area, but I'm glad to see on ground that a large number of companies, especially startups, are now coming into this field. And right from the endpoint protection, network security, cloud security, enterprise security products, etc., we are getting now products made in India. Education awareness and skill development is an area of great focus for creating the cyber hygiene, because this is one of the major aspects in preventing the cyber attacks. And finally, of course, there is the international collaboration and how to cooperate at a regional level, at the United Nations level, with Interpol, etc. And what is the signal that we sent. And the good news here is that recently the Global Cybersecurity Index that came out has improved our position from number 47 to number 10. So that is all about international signaling that we have been doing for the past 1 year. Finally, this to cater for the supply chain security, in fact, Commander Mukesh Saini, in the previous lecture, he gave a presentation on the SolarWinds case that was basically a supply chain attack. So with 5G coming in and a lot of softwareization which is going to happen, and IoT devices are going to come in, how do we cater for the supply chain vulnerabilities? So the government, in a very timely action, has approved the National Security Directive on the telecom sector, which states that from 15th of June this year, any telecom product that will be connected to the national network has to be a trusted product from a trusted source. So basically, it is in view of the 5G rollout, and the priorities of national security and indigenous technologies have been given. And why we are talking of telecom is because out of all the critical sectors, there are two sectors which are considered supercritical. One is power and the other is telecom. And both these sectors we are addressing. In the power sector also, we have created a large number of security operations center in all their verticals of generation, transmission, distribution, and grid operations. A lot of work has been done in the last 6 months in the power sector also. And in the telecom sector, this portal has been created, trustedtelecom.gov.in, and this action also has been implemented by the government. So that is basically about securing the national cyberspace. And with that, now I will request General Manjeet Singh, who is sitting with me. General Manjeet is the Joint Secretary who looks after the cyber operations and the policy within the National Security Council Secretariat. And he's a serving officer who's on deputation to our Secretariat. So over to General Manjeet. Thank you.
Can you see my screen, please? Can you see my screen, please?
Not yet.
Okay, let me just see.
इसको close करो.
Not this. Share screen.
General Pant, if this is taking time, can we have Dr. Pal make his presentation?
No, it will not take much time.
No, it will not take much time since we've just finished one presentation.
Okay.
We will just
select Windows.
Windows.
Just go to the downloads. Stop share. I will just share screen. This is open. PowerPoint is open.
It's not so. May I just?
Entire screen.
May I just?
But it's not getting shared. This is not yet shared. Actually, it should come in that. Your browser has locked your screen. Locked temporarily. Now it will go. Pick up this one, GSMS. Yeah. Now can you see the screen, please? Hello?
Yes, we can see it now.
Thank you. General Pant, my co-panelists, ladies and gentlemen, good evening to you all. At the very outset, I would like to thank General Chandele for giving us the opportunity to speak on a very important topic of cyber terrorism. So in the next about 10 minutes or so, I shall speak on a very important issue of cyber terrorism, which is a global phenomenon wherein the terrorists are exploiting the interconnect world to the hilt, and therefore we need to devise our methods and counter strategies to meet this particular threat and mesh these issues into our counter strategies. So I've gathered some thoughts on the cyber terrorism, and I shall try and put it across in terms of its definitions, implications, certain criteria, and how it manifests itself. Looking at the certain international norms, just to quote from the International Committee of the Red Cross Additional Protocols 1987, which talks of the prohibition of the acts of violence, primary purpose of which is to spread terror among the civilian population without offering substantial military advantage. Now, that's on the prohibition. So when Tallinn manual was being framed, they took inspiration or motivation from this and said that the prohibition in this rule extends to threats of cyber attacks, whether conveyed by cyber or non-cyber means. And however, so that was how the acceptability of Tallinn manual has been quite less because the participation was also quite less. And if we see, there are no internationally accepted definitions so far on this issue. Though there are various forums who work on this, however, there is not internationally unique definition of this. However, as far as the own area is concerned, we have an IT Act, Section 66F, which got added in the 2008 amendments, and it says that with the intent to threaten the unity, integrity, security, or sovereignty of India, or to strike terror in the people or any section of the people, by denying or use of cause the denial of access to the computer source, or attempting to penetrate a computer source, or introducing or causing to introduce any computer contaminant, and that further causing death or injury to the person or the destruction of property or affecting the critical infrastructure specified under Article 70 or the Section 70 of the IT Act. It also gives, as part B, that knowingly or intentionally if you penetrate or access a computer source without authorization or exceeding the authorized access, and by means of such conduct obtains access to information, data, or computer database that is restricted for reasons of security of the state or foreign relations, or any restricted information, data, or computer database with reasons to believe that such information data or computer database may be used to cause or likely to cause injury to the interest of the sovereignty and integrity of India, the security of state, friendly relations with foreign states, public order, decency or morality, or in relation to contempt of court, defamation or incitement to an offense or to the advantage of foreign nations, group or individuals or otherwise, commits the offense of cyber terrorism. And accordingly, some of the punishments have also been given out in the section 66F of the IT Act. So that was to some extent defining cyber terrorism, the means of carrying out cyber terrorism, and what actually causes the cyber terrorism, and also the punishments are all prescribed in this. Now, if we go into the execution per se, and if you look at certain parameters, you execute a terror activity through an action in cyberspace. And secondly, you use cyberspace to facilitate, threaten, to cause, or increase the impact of terrorist activity executed through any means. So that will get into the cyber terrorism. And in other words, it may happen that your cyber terror activity may be an equivalent of kinetic through cyberspace. Say you are affecting somebody's critical info infrastructure, affecting any dam or affecting any water system to cause injury, to cause death, or to cause any collateral. And at the same time, you through the means of cyberspace, you also cause non-kinetic harm in terms of targeting the minds, the cognition as such. Another aspect which can get correlated is the use of ICTs for terrorist, separatist, and extremist purposes. However, if you're using cyberspace to coordinate and to coordinate your attacks, however, if the attacks are physical in nature, let's say 2611, that may be a combination of a cyber terrorism and physical terrorism, wherein the terrorists strike you at the physical target. The terrorist is in your own jurisdiction, who can be killed, who can be captured, who can be later investigated. So there is a physical dimension of that attack, and therefore when you have to distinguish between the physical terrorism and cyber terrorism, there is a distinction which can be made out from this particular understanding. So if we look at the in the overall perspective of the cyber warfare, if you look at the continuum of cyber conflict, and if I have to plot the impact versus conflict escalation, right at the bottom will be cyber crime carried out by the cyber criminals. And then you have the cyber hacktivists who work on ideological issues, their belief system, and to push their own ideologies. And as we go along, you have the cyber terrorism, which is a kind of medium impact, medium conflict escalation. And thereafter, you go on to a full-blown cyber war. And if you go cross-domain from the cyber war, which is happening in the cyberspace, and if you go cross-domain because the thresholds or the red lines have been crossed, then you go on to a conventional conflict, wherein you have a cyber-enabled conventional conflict, wherein your cyber comes as a support to the conventional operations if those thresholds have been crossed and the conflict has taken a multi-dimension or a cross-domain dimension as such. So the cyber terrorism is this is the place where cyber terrorism finishes. So another criteria for the cyber terrorism is that if you look at the criteria, the place of occurrence must be cyberspace. So if you compare it with the physical terrorism versus the cyber terrorism, the place of occurrence must be cyberspace. The use of computer system or similar devices as a tool. The aim is to create fear, harm, or violence, all inclusive. and the motives could be religious, ideological, or political. So all these are the basic criterion for the cyber terrorism. And I've tried to make a kind of a matrix wherein just to compare where does exactly the cyber terrorism will fit in. If you see on the left, in the first column, you have the cyber kind of attackers. It can be cyber criminal at the lower level, at the hacktivist at the next level of conflict escalation. Then you have the terrorist. Then you have the state-backed cyber war being launched. And you can also have a combination of the above, wherein you have a great hacker. However, a terrorist organization makes a kind of a grouping. You have a hacktivist and a criminal getting together, or a hacktivist and a terrorist getting together, and then you have a state getting together with any hacker or with the terrorist group. So it can be a combination of both. And if you look at the objectives, each has their own objective. The starting from the cyber crime or economic reasons, with the hacktivist going on to the ideological reason, the terrorists going on to religious, ideological, and political. And when you get onto the state, even the military, economic, political, all these dimensions will get added as far as the objectives are concerned. And if you have to really attribute for the cyber crime, you have to probably, because of the anonymity, you have to depend on the technical attribution and lots of collaboration, because it's a global phenomena. There's a whole lot of anonymity, there's a whole lot of deniability, and it's so hard to, the way people use VPNs, number of hops, it's so difficult to make out. However, you can make an attempt on the technical attribution. When it comes to hacktivist, it is technical plus contextual. There are some claims by the hacktivists. So you can make, the context also comes into it. The terrorist, sometimes it becomes easy because they claim that we have done it. And also it can be contextual as to what time frame it happened, what is the context. At the state level, it becomes technical, contextual, geopolitical. And again, the attribution can be a combination of all the above. And if you see the impact at each level, you have a different kind of a impact affecting an individual or an organization, affecting the organization or the political setup, going further up to the community, country, region, global. And if it is a state-backed, it definitely goes to a country, regional, and global, and the combinations of the above. So if you look at this matrix, it gives you some understanding as to where exactly will the cyber terrorism fit into the overall scheme of things as far as the cyber warfare is concerned. What's the appeal to the cyber? So I would like to quote from the special report on the cyber terrorism, wherein it says that it's an attractive option for the modern terrorists who value its anonymity, its potential to inflict massive damage, its psychological impact, and its media appeal. And the kind of ease of use makes it automatic fit case to take on cyber terrorism. It's cheaper than the traditional methods. It's anonymous, as I've covered earlier. There is a variety, and the number of targets are huge, and it can be conducted remotely. You don't have to be physically present next to the target. And also it affects a large number of people at one point of time, and media coverage is among us. So in order to address this issue, terrorism in general and cyber terrorism in particular, there are a number of conventions, treaties, organizations which are coming up at the regional level, at the global level. Just to correlate, to give you a Christchurch call to action, which came after the mosque attack in New Zealand, and after the that happened on the 15th March 2019, and by 15th May 2019, France and New Zealand got together to give it this call, and initially about 17 countries participated in that, and thereafter about 31 more countries have joined the Christchurch call to action. Similarly, there are different forums. The primary purpose of these forums is to, because the process or the menace is global, the primary purpose of these is to ensure that each of these issues are addressed. The governments, the technology companies, multi-stakeholders, they all get together to collaborate in order to fight this menace, the use of ICTs, the misuse of internet. All these people come together to sort this out. And the way forward for us is also, we are already signatories to a number of them, and we have been participating in a number of forums. The way ahead further is that we should have, as part of our cyber warfare doctrine, the cyber terrorism need to be part of that. We have to have lots of cooperation and collaboration, because without that, you just cannot beat the menace of cyber terrorism. We need to participate very actively in all the forums, and also at the same time build our capacities, our defense in depth, our capacities as far as the defense and deterrence is concerned. If we do that, then probably we should be able to address the issue of cyber terrorism. So with that, I have taken my time and finished it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, General Manjeet. We have Dr. Pal with us now. Dr. Pal?
Yes.
Yes, Dr. Pal. Sorry, we have unfortunately got delayed. Can you hear me?
Yes.
We would request you now for your presentation.
Yeah. So is my screen visible now?
Yes, you are visible.
Yeah. So good evening and thank you for this invitation. I'll be talking about some aspects of cybersecurity of critical infrastructure and how it has changed in the last few years due to a number of very interesting examples. So initially, I will talk about the qualities of cyberspace and critical infrastructure that are exploited by attackers, and then their attack strategies and some critical infrastructure security solution that look feasible even in the presence of empowered attackers.
Dr. Paul, kindly put your PPT in slideshow mode.
It's in the slide mode. Should I, is it visible? It's in the slide mode on my PC.
Okay, move to your next slide, please.
Yeah. Is the slide changing?
No, it is not changing. You have to leave the slideshow, the sharing mode, and then retry again.
Okay, so let me retry. Now, can you see the screen?
Yes, now it is correct.
Okay. So I was talking about what is happening in the cyberspace and where are the places where exploit can happen. So let us look at a few applications. One of the application, as we see in the left side of the screen, is requires data processing and storage of vital information, whether it be biometric authentication or any strategic data. That sort of application is there. This data is stored on the cloud or any other media, and there is a scope of it being misused. Now, we also see applications like tele-robotic surgery, in which happens over the internet, open networks, and then certainly it becomes a very critical application for the doctors and patients as well as for the attacker. We are into an era of smart transportation where a lot of IoT sensors and devices send data over the internet, and again this becomes a source of hacking. Similarly, cyber warfare. Now this is the topic I will be stressing on, and this is an example of how the oil pipeline of Turkey was blown off, causing some sort of physical damage. Another important domain which is emerging is online profiling over the internet, whether profiling the user for further exploit or whether profiling the attacker for cyber security. So these things are actually taking place in the cyberspace. Now, as we see that the critical infrastructure are also called the lifeline systems, and they support the vital societal functions. And by definition, their destruction or their delimitation causes great loss to the national security. However, one point of concern is that their high availability is a critical requirement, and as a result, there is some trade-off with the type of protection which is there for standard IT systems. These are some of the sectors, as General Pant also spoke. These sectors are very important for us as a country, and we need to protect these sectors. Fortunately or unfortunately, most of these sectors are now getting connected in the cyberspace, and therefore they are becoming reliant on networks of connected devices or IoTs. However, there are some CIs that still rely on air gapping for their protection. There are certain networks, certain assets that are still air gapped due to specific reasons. But okay, air gapping is better for security compared to an open network connected to the internet. However, it has its own problems, and we will see how these networks can be hacked. Similarly, now critical infrastructure, they are switching to open architecture and standard technologies for cost reduction and ease of use. Again, however, some still will be using legacy systems, and again there is a risk of using legacy systems. So when we connect such assets over the internet, it gives some advantages of convenience and control, but this is to be sort of balanced with the security requirements. So as we know that critical infrastructure serves as a prime target for both cyber criminals and nation state actors because of the potential catastrophic repercussions. And therefore, today, again, as General Pant said, that cybercrime as a service is a very lucrative business model with 6 trillion annual cybercrime costs, which is extremely high. Another important figure is the likelihood of detection and prosecution of such crimes is very low, to the tune of 0.05%. So this makes the cybercrime as a very lucrative business. Now, coming to a specific example of attacking an energy infrastructure, this can trigger disruptions in many subsequent critical infrastructure sections. For example, healthcare, transportation, financial services, food supply. And therefore, in the recent times, we have seen that there are now cyber attacks on power grids and electricity. As an example, the power grid was attacked in Kiev in 2015 and again in 2016. And again, we saw some electricity outage in Mumbai at the time when this Galwan response was taking place. So, where else can critical infrastructures be attacked, and what are the reasons? One of the reasons is, in addition to the standard IT aspects, the additional threat is on the OT aspect, the operational technology systems, because they are responsible for operating the physical processes. Now, any attack on these physical processes can create damage to human lives. So, this is an example. The Florida water plant attack. So, what actually happened in February this year was a leak of email IDs and passwords to the amount of 3 billion accounts combined, and this is called the POOM breach. And immediately after this, the attackers attempted to manipulate the acidic level and poison the water supply. So this was an eye-opener, an example demonstrating the tangible impact of these cyber attacks on the physical world. There have been many such attacks, and therefore we need to be extremely careful when handling such physical systems. Now, as I talked about air gapping, so some of the SCADA systems are air gapped, but nowadays, when the facilities are distributed over geographical areas, air gapping such systems is not really possible for most of the applications. Moreover, air gapping does not guarantee security, foolproof security, and there have been intrusions due to social engineering and USB drives, as we saw in the Stuxnet attack. Now, people have devised ways of pulling out data even from the physically isolated networks by means of electromagnetic or acoustic or thermal or optical signal leakages. And all of these have been actually demonstrated. Coming to ransomware, there have been ransomware attacks in the near past, increasing year by year, and these actually have become money making by targeting physical infrastructure. And as we saw the Colonial Pipeline example, in which heavy ransom was paid, and similar examples in the healthcare industry or food distribution or financial and energy services. So, ransomware attacks on CI, they are mostly due to the use of legacy systems or faulty configurations or unpatched softwares. These are the most common reasons. And we have seen that most of the ransomware is distributed through phishing attacks by using email links. And the problem is that a lot of organizations have to pay the ransom for getting their services back. But in turn, ransom paid actually enhances the capabilities of the attackers and motivates them to carry out more attacks. So now, in the next 5 minutes, I'll talk about the security solutions. These are various types of disruptions created by attackers and what can be the feasible solutions for security. So broadly speaking, when we talk of a critical infrastructure, it consists of the devices, the network, and the system. So all of these need to be protected. We mainly focus on the network or the system level, but there is a risk at the device end also. Some of these devices are very important, very critical. And for example, you see the energy meters here and some vital medical equipments here. Now, these endpoint devices have to be protected from attack vectors. These can arise from installation of these devices or implementation or maintenance or upgradation. So each of these aspects have to be taken care. One of the solutions to this is hardwired gatekeeper, which is either it is available in the form of detachable devices. A simple example is our modern car keys, or it can be embedded into the device, which is considered to be a good solution for providing a proper gatekeeping, even for remote updating, remote secure updating. And this can be used by using the concept of PIN and maybe a two-factor authentication. So secure remote access is required for many applications in which the manager is sitting at one point and he has to use a remote access terminal. What are the solutions? Proper endpoint protection, a good password hygiene, two-factor authentication, and a proper network firewall. Again, for third-party manager who is managing OT devices, a proper audited and compliant and stringent remote access utility is a must. Another thing is for the security manager or the ISO, a proper real-time inventory of the network assets should be available and should be visible to him, without which it's extremely difficult. So the best solution is deployment of a proper cyber analytic and security dashboard, a big dashboard that shows the statistics on a real time. And some of these dashboards are now also using artificial intelligence and machine learning to provide analytics and indicate that there is a possibility of intrusion. Then another solution is between device to device communication. Obviously, these have to be secured with authentication and encryption, and traffic over unsecured infrastructure needs to be secured using VPNs and physical and cyber security. And all these events have to be logged. Privilege elevation and delegation should be granularly controlled for all types of access. So the developer need to use whatever way suits. It can be a role-based or an attribute-based access. And all such sessions should be again monitored, certainly by logging, and now more interesting is by using keystrokes and video recording. Finally, if we want to protect some really very critical infrastructure, then it's important to use the zero trust philosophy, which requires authorization for all the changes, whether it be an internal or external or along the supply chain. It's very important to assume that the threat actor is already in the network. So this gives the support that the CIs should be resilient even during crisis and disasters. There are a lot of critical infrastructures that we cannot just shut down. So we have to design in such a way that even if something has happened, even in the presence of a threat actor, we can gracefully revive the services and without shutting down the network. And solution to this problem is by using security by design principles, proper network segregation, and prevention of lateral movements. In addition, these are some of the general things that independent and periodic audits, VAPT and ICS forensics. Security testing should be conducted if the critical infrastructure is of high value, and this is to detect bugs in general or detect hidden functionalities through the supply chain. And these are some of the other things. For example, we need to prepare for a proper crisis response plan, and awareness and training. These are very important. Cyber security policy enforcement, particularly automated policy enforcement, is very important. So, I conclude with these comments that the most critical infrastructures, they are connected over open networks. They are being used by different caliber of people, and therefore securing it all times, keeping convenience in mind, is a big challenge. It requires continuous collaboration and cooperation between key departments and agencies. This is very important. It also requires continuous application of improved technologies and automated technologies. And again, it requires manual and automated monitoring in real time and application of granular security policies. Thank you. So I stop here.
Thank you, Dr. Pal, for highlighting the vulnerabilities of critical infrastructure to cyber attacks and the various security solutions that are there to protect the infrastructure and to make it more resilient and be able to start up again despite the attacks. Thank you very much. And with this, we come to the end of the session on cyber warfare. And I'd like to thank all the speakers, General Rajesh Pant, Commander Mukesh Saini, Major General Manjeet Singh, and you, Dr. Pal. General Pant, you're there. So if you like to say anything in conclusion, over to you.
I was in backstage all this while, so but I think we've had some excellent talks covering the cyber warfare and cyber terrorism by General Manjeet. Commander Saini, of course, has gone into a lot of details in covering the supply chain attack on solar winds, and finally, Dr. Lal has stressed on the critical sector protection, and again giving a lot of tips. So all I want to say is that as part of hybrid warfare, cyber warfare forms a very important component. And there is a quotation in my office that every day is a D-Day in cyberspace. So we have to, cover the entire spectrum, right from the cyber hygiene, being conscious of the cyber hygiene in our minds, and then all the layers starting from the endpoint to the network security, to the cloud security, to the enterprise security, and data security aspects at all levels by all the ministries. So that is the note on which I want to end on. And there is a new cyber security strategy, as I said, that we are looking forward to, which is going to cater for the entire environment, including the legal issues, the audits, and the education and awareness, etc. So let me thank all my fellow panelists and thank General Chandele for having me here. And I think General Manjeet has raised his hand. Does he want to say something?
Sir, I think Commander Saini has got a question for any one of us. Either you could be responding or I could be responding. If we can take on that question, sir.
Okay, if time permits.
Sir, quick question is the section 66F is very poorly designed. I was just going through the people who are booked under 66F of Information Technology Act. There are 3,000 cases in the country right now, except 23 cases. All cases relate to defamation. Some people have uploaded a photograph of his wife into the cyberspace, and the courts are not giving bail because the provision for that is life imprisonment. So that person gets no bail. For what? For sending a photograph into the cyberspace, and that's amount to cyber terrorism. I think section clause B require a major overhaul. If required, I can share the formal writing on that to the General Pant that they can take up with the government that required dramatic change in the law.
Thank you, Commander.
That's the question, sir.
More of a comment than a question, but your point is well taken. 66 in any case is under a lot of pressure. The A has gone.
That is A only, sir.
I know.
And the F part, which is.
So So, if there are no other questions, then thank you very much, and I hand over the session back to General Chandele, please. Thank you.
Thank you, General Pant. And just by way of information, this cyber warfare session was so interesting. We had close to 300 participants, attendees, right till the end. And also, engage from this the importance which people give to cyber warfare these days. So, with this concluding session, we end this marathon webinar straight after the Olympics, more than 4 hours. And we thank all the speakers for their presentations. We also thank all the attendees for the keen interest they have shown. And we would also like to thank our strategic sponsor, ESRI, for supporting this program. And thank you very much and goodbye till we meet again on some other event. Goodbye.